All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board Workshop meeting this morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Today is Friday, December 9th, 2022. This will be our last workshop of the year. So, all right, what I'm going to do this morning is turn it over to Brett and let him go through our applications that we'll be listening to and hearing from during our public hearing later this morning. Brett, the floor is yours.
All right.
And once you get started with the...
Here we go. Morning. All right, the first thing we have, just to go through real quick procedures for you guys to know, Richard's going to recuse himself. You may have known already. He's going to recuse himself for financial reasons from the first case. So when we go through the agenda, when we get to items from staff, I'll ask for a nomination for the first application for the chairman for that. And then Richard will start the meeting, and then Holly will come in for the first case, or whoever.
Just assume people are voting for you.
And I'll try not to cough as much as I can, but
right.
Getting better.
So yes, our firm, the firm I work for, is doing the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection engineering on off-leash for the architectural firm that you'll hear from this morning. So hence the reason I'll be recusing myself. In fact, I guess you're going to dive into off-leash right now, Brett?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to...
Presenting?
What's that?
Are you presenting anything?
No, just listening, or not even listening. I'll be in the other room. All right, I'm going to go...
Does he have to leave for a workshop?
As long as he can promise to be quiet.
Do you promise?
Holly, get the mom, Okay, so off-leash is a, if you didn't hear it through the public hearing or anything like that, it is a dog walking, sitting area, not an overnight stay or clinic or anything like that, combined with a restaurant and a small little retail area. Doggy playground, while mom and dad have drinks or whatever. It's going in the Rite Aid, right down here, the big intersection, Highway 9 and Old Milton Parkway. So the Rite Aid building is going to be demoed. The building currently will sit, so currently this would be South Main Street, this side of the building here where the people are. And then it's going to sit out at the corner. It doesn't really look like it here because it's hard to imagine, but the building is going to sit right pretty much on the pad of the building, of the existing building. So we worked on the building with them, obviously to meet the downtown overlay district. They had a few little changes to make and got that done. Based on comments from staff and the city consultant.
It's supposed to look historic?
It's not necessarily supposed to look historic, but it's got to have features of that.
So did the architect review it?
He did, yeah. It looks, but yeah, it looks better than what went through city council.
Did he have any comments? I mean, that we need to know of?
They've fixed them already.
Okay.
They were ready for last month, they thought. We had a lot of comments, so they've had a good bit of time to fix this up. So this meets everybody's comments.
Okay.
So this will be the parking lot, which will be up against Taco Bell. This is the Taco Bell side. This is what they're saying is their main entrance. They have to have, per code, they have to have a main entrance on this public street side. So this will also be a main entrance. The trouble is, they don't think with the health code that they'll be able to walk dogs in this entrance through the restaurant to then check them in. So that's why their business model would show this as the main entrance. Open air back here, and then the play area all along there. We asked them to look at this area maybe more as a steel structure. Kind of,
Oh, is that wood?
it's wood now, yeah.
Okay.
Heavy timber. And they felt like, and so did the consultant, that, you know, heavy timber would fit in as well. But we thought kind of that old open air, steel framed, car workshop that you might have seen behind a gas station before, you know, in years past, might look kind of nice there too. But this is what we ended up with. I'll mention one thing. This is an entrance feature that you'll see that there is a path to get to that from Old Milton. But we felt like there was good opportunity here to give this brick a little bit different look. I don't know what you guys think about it. I'm just giving you what staff kind of talked about. You know, maybe an older tumbled brick or something like that would look, you know, maybe this is the part of the building that they were able to save, kind of thing.
What is the purpose of that wall? I mean, why is it?
It's just decorative, kind of a feature, holds the outside of the patio up. There is patio underneath it. I'm gonna bet that at some point in the future, they're gonna want to do some sort of roll-ups there, something to close that area off
That's
to.
the restaurant patio.
This is restaurant patio here, yep.
The other enclosure, covered areas under, it's got turf under there or something?
That's dog area. That's open dog area, yep,
Shaded turf.
yep. We also encourage them to think about bricking the columns in here. Felt like that would help a little bit. I think in their first rendition, these looked very, very spindly. They still sort of do for the size of this, but they claim that they're like 10 by 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say they either brick or they just need to be more substantial posts.
Yeah, something. So it needs something, I think. Here's South Main, your view for the HVACs. And you can kind of get a good view here now of, this is the main entrance. You have the restaurant and check-in area kind of thing for the puppies, and then the play area.
Is that open air?
I'm sorry?
That area right there, is it open air?
This?
I mean, yeah,
Yes.
so it's kind of, what do they call
breezeway?
that? What do they call those, back in the day? No, had like some name, or, historical.
Oh, it did, between the,
Like the dog
like
run?
between the garage and the house, kind of?
No, it's gonna bug me. I'll have to think about it. Okay, moving on, sorry. What is that name? There's a name.
Here's a little more flat elevation.
I'm gonna have to Google and try.
This roll-up garage door is not in this exterior view here. This is that wall. It's on the building.
Okay, wait, say that again? What?
So it looks like this roll-up garage door is on this,
Oh.
but it's actually
okay,
in
I
there.
Okay.
They had initially come with, this was all spandrel glass. That was one of the big changes that happened. This is all now clear glass for the South Main Street side, and then they did spandrel over, this would be the Taco Bell side again, the parking lot side. Kitchen and restroom area over here.
And it might not even be that.
A little more 3D view.
And that rendering, it makes the post look a little bigger.
Makes the post looks a little bigger, but
The
I
fascia
don't,
or something along there.
yeah, I'm not sure about that.
There used to be brackets that sat up there.
Yeah.
I call them pigeon foot brackets.
Yeah, so we'll have to, and if you look at this, compared to this, I don't understand this. And, oh, wait, I bet I do. This is back at the building, this brick and then this wood is out here. Okay, yeah, that's that back there. Okay, that had me confused. Something that I suggested too, that came up in our staff meeting was, the two features kind of have a double or what looks like maybe triple roll lock or soldier course detail, but the big building's only got a singular. Almost seems like that should be backwards. City consultant didn't, it didn't matter. 6 1/2 dozen the other. But it just seemed to me like the building needed to have the more, and then the detail would have, or the smaller portion would have the less, but that's up to you guys.
Where they call it, well, breezeway. That's where.
There is a splash pad area that is out in the yard part. So the gas station that we saw, the Texaco a while back, sits right here.
How's that going? That's going really slow.
I'm sorry?
That Texaco's moving.
I'm not sure that that's even gonna happen,
Oh,
but.
that's too bad. Okay.
Yeah. So they have entrance back to that street that goes to the bank and back to Publix, if you're familiar with that. So they've got this whole thing, and then Taco Bell sits right in here. So they have streetscape all along here, around the building. They've got some landscape in the parking lot. Photometrics were pretty good.
I hope they're marvelous. I hope they are extremely successful, but this is the last use of that corner I would have ever guessed.
Yeah. Come on, don't lock up on me. Here is a landscape plan.
The staff reviewed it.
We have not reviewed it for code compliance. However, we have reviewed it and had some changes that are reflected on this plan. If you had happened to see some of the city council stuff, they had, these were, deodar cedars?
Really?
Yeah. So very much of a screening on South Main Street, and we're like, whoa, whoa.
You got a canopy in the street trees.
Right. So those got changed. Here you can see, this was one of the newer changes too. Sidewalk from Old Milton through that wall that I was telling you about sits right here. So people can come from either direction. They've got a connection to the sidewalk here. They've also built a set of stairs right here that directly lines up and makes it meet the code for entrance off of South Main Street.
How many monument signs do they have? Are we doing signage today?
I haven't seen signage yet, but they would be entitled to 2. So
And do they have to do a focal point at that corner too?
they do have to do a focal point at this corner that will go to cultural arts.
Okay.
So we'll look at the landscaping as it is. If they decide out there that there's some sort of landscaping that's going to go with their project, then staff will look at that point and determine whether we think the landscaping part of it needs to come back to you guys, or we just do it to go. So, but that'll be up to them when they get that far with their sculpture out there.
Brett, has there been a thought within the city to match the same monument on the opposite corner?
I don't believe so. We had that theme, kind of the clock towers, and it just really didn't work out super well. The other corner, the clock tower is just outside of the new right-of-way, so it may end up coming down anyway. I think the thought more is 4 individual corners that, because we've got the big Alpharetta welcome sign in front of the Welcome Center. We do a piece of art here, the crust side or whatever, there's really no land there to do
Yeah.
anything. It's all parking lot and stuff.
But to the point, is there something in the intersection that ties all four corners together?
I don't think there's a plan from the cultural arts to tie them all thematically together.
What about from community development?
I don't believe so either.
I guess,
Something out there, yes, as far as not having, parking lot come right to the corner or whatever, making sure that there is area for, yes. But as far as what, no.
It would make sense to have something that complements each corner.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Because the one that's existing is so much less than
Across the street,
Yes,
go over to.
yeah. So we can hope, and we can, hopefully cultural arts, I'll put that note over to Kathy, and then she can push her weight through, and get with the director of parks and, kind of help guide that. So I'll let her know that we all think that that should have some tie together in all 4 points of that
it's a
intersection.
big, yeah, that's a big,
It is really our
It's
big,
one of-
it's our big intersection.
Yeah.
We can't do this one. It just doesn't work. So that really is our downtown intersection.
I mean, I thought the planting box did a pretty good job of it, but we need something more than that.
We'll leave the pots alone, but, okay. Okay, let's move on to the next one really quickly. These next two, I think, will be pretty
can talk.
good. This is going in the Bagel Boys Shopping Center behind Shake Shack. I have worked on both of these signs, so I think they meet our downtown current guide. And just to let you guys know, we're currently working on that guide again to even further try to get it better, even better. Staff.
Staff's working
Staff.
on signage?
On signage on it.
For
Yeah, for
downtown.
downtown,
Okay.
yeah. We're in the midst of looking for a consultant to really pin it down, but we've got some ideas of what we want to do. So we think that what we did before is a really great start. We just want to even fine tune it even more.
So what do you think the time frame is on that?
Year,
Okay.
probably. Because we're going to codify it then as well. So we got to make sure it's right, works, and then,
Yep.
yeah.
Did society take over another, did they expand
Wait, who?
society?
Society, I'm not sure.
Because I was there and it looked like society had expanded, but then the old sign was still over their new
The
portion.
one?
So I was wondering if that old sign will be coming down.
If they want to make it, if they have two spots and they want to make it bigger, yeah, they'll have to start.
Well,
over.
it's advertising a business that's not there.
Wait, which?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying they moved suites?
Like, well, I might be making this up, but society, it looks like they've expanded to the next suite also. I might be making that up, but the sign that's over theirs doesn't match with what's underneath. Does that make sense?
So
'Cause
are
it's
the
not
doors,
society.
are the doors still underneath the,
You're talking about, okay, you're talking about right there.
Here,
I'll have to go look at it.
Yeah.
So I think this one's pretty good. I think it meets the ordinance, and then the
or maybe it's
next
a
one.
blade sign maybe it's a blade sign that's still there. There's something weird
Okay.
about West Society.
This one is Slurpin' Ramen Bar. Bagel Boys is right here. So this is the old Starbucks. Not as, this isn't quite as nice, I don't think, but it is layered. We've got 3-inch letters, non-illuminated, on both sides.
I think that back panel they have of that aluminum panel, the panels could be rounded on the ends or something, give it some interest. My
Okay.
2 cents. Anyway, and they also need to clean up that facade a little bit. It needs to be
Yeah,
washed or
yeah,
something.
something.
I don't know whether that's a code enforcement item or,
Well, sorta, but I'm trying more to push the landlord to do the whole center, because if we just do one, it's really gonna look off,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Oh.
So, but I agree, it needs something, but,
that's a very prominent corner right
yeah,
there too, so.
yeah,
Especially as you turn the corner on Haynes Bridge Road.
Right.
Or Old Milton Parkway, I'm sorry. Yeah, that side, that elevation.
All right, that's those. This is North Main Street, the existing IHOP. If you're familiar with IHOP up there in front of Lowe's, IHOP is going to be going to an immediate care. Peachtree Immediate Care. So they're just doing some, Placemaker Designs done some exterior changes, not a whole lot, but a few.
Brett, we were gonna see this application, I think in
Sure.
June or July,
Yeah, and then they had to go for a variance for the use, and so they're through all that stuff now, so.
gotten approved.
No conditions came out of it that affect you guys, so. That's that one. Colors are pretty decent.
My only concern is I think they're trying to stain the brick.
I think so, yeah, I think that was a,
I've not had good experience, and the city has not had good experience with staining brick, so. If you look at the, along North Point Parkway, the old Home Goods, Michael's, right there, and you look at that brick, it's very blotchy, and you can see where the stain, it's almost like painting, the stain has deteriorated, and you're left with the original brick again, so.
I didn't know they ever did that. I've never heard of staining brick.
Yeah, it's
It's a thing.
it's kind of a thing, you're trying to match all the brick, may not, brick doesn't, sometimes they get two different batches of brick.
Oh,
that-
yeah, these two both say painted, so I'm not really sure.
I think they said stain on one of the.
One of the things I did see stain, but these, the materials thing says paint, so we'll get them to take a look at that, see which one they're doing. Come on. And then got some landscaping upgrades.
Has David looked at this?
I do not believe David has looked at this one.
Or did he look at the site? I know it looks like some of the plant material needs a little help.
Yeah, the current plant material is pretty rough. Next one is Maru Japanese. This is on North Point Court, North Point Drive, the old Indian restaurant next to the closed Wendy's.
It used to be a Pizza Hut.
Pizza
Used to
Hut,
be a
yeah.
Pizza Hut.
Okay, right.
Yep, right there, the entrance to the mall. So, gentleman has come in and going to redevelop that site. They are going to be taking the building completely down and using basically the same footprint as what they had and going with a different building. Here is some shots of the building.
Are they allowed to have all these banners?
Yeah, we'll have to, they can't do that, but that's an easy thing we can work through.
It's kind of odd building. I mean, that one on the right, I mean, it kind of makes me think of Helen. A little German building, but I know it's supposed to be Japanese, but
Kind of a Tudor almost look to it.
I poured through the North Point guidelines pretty well, and I didn't really find anything that was glaring. Not really sure about the material here for the patio cover. They are showing, as they note here, 25% fenestration along the two streets. That's the minimum in the code, is 25%. I thought that this area, which is one of the areas, was going to be kind of a, what do I want to say, like a shade system that could be open, closed in the patio area. So I think that, if that's the case, that would increase, I think, this fenestration area on that side, because it's not going to be closed all the time, clearly. And that's this area here, I believe, and then this side. So we'll just have to talk talk through this. It's an exciting project, community development, economic development. We're both really excited about the project out there. It's something fun and cool with all the townhomes and everything going up there. You know, it's gonna be something exciting for them. There will be another mall project. You know, we've already got people in the wings, basically. Kathy's meeting with all kinds of people, including the current owner. So there's gonna be a mall project that's gonna happen. We're just not exactly sure what yet. So this will be an exciting addition to that area out there. You know, we've remodeled the Chick-fil-A, looks great. We've got the corner property with Lazy Dog and the little strip center that's looking really good. Little bit of a hang up there with some stuff they need to do before they can get tenants opened. But we've got some exciting tenants coming there. You know, we got the new remodeled Buffalo Wild Wings, the Taco Bell, the Starbucks. So it's a really exciting area right there now. So we think this fits in nicely. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Brett. Any questions, comments from board members? If not, let's adjourn the workshop session. Go get your coffee cups filled, and come back and get ready for the public hearing in just a couple minutes.
Yes.
I want to just point it out to the, like,
Yeah, I saw that.
I just want to show
We
you.
open our presents or probably not open our presents.
I haven't opened, well, the city at least.
What Nichia is.
It's pretty light, you know?
That's like they've painted it or something, a different color. Because Nichia is an
I
inherent,
mean, especially with that, right?
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
an
like
inherent
Trex.
plastic
It's
all the
kinda
way
like
through.
Trex.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly like Trex.
So I don't know.
I don't know what's going
I mean,
on there. I
it was-
saw that the other day and I'm like, I gotta,
I wanna see.
Wait, I mean, do you think, so you don't think that that's like Nietzsche failing in the
No.
elements?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because like you said,
And do we think that they actually put Nietzsche up there?
that maybe would,
Because if you look at like that,
yeah,
which is Nietzsche, I mean, that almost looks like wood a
it's
little
bad,
bit.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
So
I
if
gotta,
it's not, because I was like, you know, if that's Nietzsche high, then we need to be aware that it could
no,
do that.
Nichia is what makes that not
Not happen.
right, right,
Okay.
yep. Morning, everybody. Do you have your thumb drive? Yes. I'll take it, and then I'll give you this mouse, and you can work it from that podium out there. I'll turn that screen on for you, and take that mouse right there. So basically, you'll be looking at your presentation right here, flipping pages, whatever you want to do. And I'll put it up as soon as it's ready for you. I'll put you. When did you do that?
I know my level of importance.
Yeah. Like, what? Where'd that come from? Ay, ay, ay.
Ay, ay, ay.
Okay, hang on 1 second, and I'll go to it and you can tell me. Presentation and submission?
Yeah, so submission is just where
the stuff that we submitted.
Okay.
The presentation is just.
So that's what you want to run?
That's right. And then
Okay.
one's just a low res in it, and just in case file size was an issue.
It shouldn't be this way, so we'll hope.
Well, just in case.
Yeah, thanks.
Hit F11.
Control F11?
No, hit F8.
That made it bigger in there.
F7. Try F12.
So you start with one?
Yeah, just start with one, because I know it's one of them.
God, I broke it. I broke it.
Let me see your mouse. Dude, you don't even have a wireless mouse over here?
I do.
One she's back from Brazil, and one is putting two trips together to Uganda. And he's like,
Doing this out here.
one of the boys from our college, and he's from there.
Wow,
It was incredible.
that would be amazing. Okay.
I guess that's as good as they get.
Don't forget. You didn't?
Where's your, public comment? What do you?
Oh, well.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board public hearing. Today is Friday, December 9th, 2022, and this will be our last public hearing of the year. So glad to see all your smiling faces. Okay, before we get started, if everyone will make sure their iPhones, cell phones, electronic devices are either off or in a silent mode. Thank you for that. Call to order. Done that, a roll call. All right, this morning we're missing Frank Swing. He is on vacation. Teresa Rhodes is out, and Kim Matherly couldn't join us this morning, but the important people are here this morning, right? So we got 6 of us, so thank you for being here this morning. Okay, if we will stand, face the flag, and we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're a hot mess, y'all.
I think that was, all right.
Unity.
We're gonna practice that next time. All right.
Tom was rushing.
All right. Okay, thank you for that. All right, any items from staff this morning?
I do have a few things this morning. I've been watching Miss Rocco's posts online a little bit, and I think we need a theme for next year to get rid of this warm weather at Christmas and everybody needs to wear their Christmas sweater for the last meeting of the year, and maybe that'll bring in some winter weather a little bit for us.
Saw how much fun we had last night.
Yes.
It was at Truck and Tap. We rented
Our-
the whole place out. We had 110 people sign up.
That's awesome. Our Californian is looking at us like we're crazy about the weather. So Floridian's like, what are you talking about?
This is nuts.
Or make that no more. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
from staff, city council, everybody, thank you guys. This has been a crazy year. We've had a lot of applications. I'm not sure if Mr. Kramer has his numbers put together yet, but he's got the stats. But we've seen a lot this year. And it's because of you guys and the hard work that you all do and all the meetings and back and forth, and some are smooth, some aren't so smooth, but it's a lot because of you guys, how this city looks. You should be proud. So, again, thank you. We did have a little something as our appreciation for the chair, or on your chair today to take home. There is a little thing in the bag, so make sure you look in the bag as well. For that, we got your little water bottle and a little coffee gift card, so you can hopefully find some cold weather and go have a nice coffee.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, yes.
thank you guys.
All right.
Yeah. We will need to,
Where's Tracy this morning?
Tracy this morning, we have a little bit of a thing going on downstairs. We've got some illnesses going around, so Tracy was one of the victims. So she's out sick right now. So we've got Lauren as a, we think she'll do just fine as a backup.
We're not gonna have to repeat anything today.
Probably not. And she's got her quiet keyboard over here, so you might not even hear her even typing. Mr. Kramer, our chairman, will be recusing himself, as he'll tell you, for our first thing. So we will need a nomination for chairperson for the first case, off leash. So if I can get a nomination for that, we'll take that now.
Holly, I'd like to nominate Holly.
And a second.
I'll second that.
Ms. Rocco and Mr. Kramer. Holly, would you be interested in chairing this first case? Okay, we need to vote, right?
Chairman for the day. Chairman for the.
And if,
I was gonna say for the day.
and now that we have a nomination and a second, if we can just have a formal vote, that would be great.
All in favor?
Brett's supposed to say all in favor, raise your hand.
Well, we have unanimous.
All right, thank you, Holly, for stepping in this morning. You'll do a wonderful job. Okay, anything else, Brett?
No, that's it. Everybody,
Right.
Merry Christmas, have safe holidays, and any of your travels, stay well, stay safe, and we will, January is looking big so far, so it's early in December, and I'm already thinking, yeah, January's big, so.
All right, very good. Thank you, Brett. Any items from staff or from board members this morning? Anything?
I'll say welcome back, Brett. We missed you last time.
Thank you.
He
Just
decided to
wasn't
come
the
back.
same.
Decided to come back.
Yeah,
So.
we're
We, we had fun, but,
He brought the warm weather with him.
yeah,
Right.
Apparently.
I didn't have it on my trip so much, so I just tried to bring it with me.
All right, very good. Well, I'll say on behalf of board members to staff, looking at Lauren and Brett right now, thank you for putting up with us for the year. Make us look a lot better than we do, especially with all the meeting minutes and keeping the meeting going and all the information you present to us. So thank you for what you've done for us for this year. So, and there should be a little card on your, right there in front of you that as a.
You didn't have to
As
give me
a-
the Powerball once. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Everybody, so-
No, that's very thoughtful. Thank you.
Lauren's gonna give us a real quick update on the technology. Before we'll ask about how we're doing with our technology, so.
So I know that we've had a couple of preliminary meetings with our vendor for that. Apparently in the IT world, there's still a lot of shortages in getting supplies that we need to do the installation. Originally, we had it scheduled for this month. However, I think both of these TV monitors also need to be replaced, which was not in our original installation quote that was approved by council. So I think we're just ironing out all the following details. So I think They've said Q1 of 2023, but I'm gonna say personally, if we have something by May, that might be more realistic. So I think we're still waiting on a few parts for the installation. But in the IT world in general, I think all of the companies have taken a hit since COVID.
In the world, period.
In the world, period.
Everybody. Concrete.
Yeah, sure.
Got a good spot in the basement.
It'll probably be available on govsurplus.com or .gov or something. You can place your bids there.
So we're a lot farther along than what we have been, because we know what we're doing and how and all that. It's now just supply chain. Yep.
Very good. All right, thanks for that update. We look forward to that. 2023, that'll be a New Year's resolution, right? New technology for 2023, so, okay.
It started back in 2019, 20, 21, so we'll get her done.
And so, as Brett mentioned, I'll talk about it at our January meeting. How many applications we heard this year, how many motions were made, and some of the new terminology we heard this year during some of our meetings. So I'll do that. That'll be our January meeting, so I'll have that all wrapped up.
One more thing, just real quick, no dates yet or anything. Lauren's working on it. We're gonna have another board training, information session, kind of like we did probably 3 or 4 years ago now. So we'll have that again. Not really sure how we're gonna structure it, whether we'll do a daytime and an evening and let the board members choose, or what we're gonna do, but it's gonna be all of the boards. We've gotten some additional new boards and commissions for the city, so we're gonna add everybody in, get the city attorney to do some speaking about some specific things and stuff. So, we'll give you plenty of notice, but, I think Lauren's probably gonna make it required, so, just watch.
What about the swearing in?
Swearing-ins will happen at each time your appointed, or your appointee, no, you are the appointee. Each time your council person changes, you'll be sworn in again the first meeting in January.
So
I thought we talked about like
Yeah.
everyone had to be sworn in every year.
By the attorney.
So,
That's what people asked me.
so for appointments, every time your personal term ends, which is usually runs congruent to the elected official who appointed you, you will also be sworn in. So the only two people who are authorized to swear in are board members based on our charter and state law are either the mayor or a judge who is currently serving or has been sworn. So we're going to plan to do a mass swearing in at one of the council meetings just at the very beginning. It'll probably happen at 2 different meetings in January, so if some people can't attend one, they can come to the other. We just got our January council dates at the end of last week, so you guys will be getting some information on that.
And Lauren, that'll be just to kind of catch everybody up
Yes.
where you are, and then moving forward, as your term expires, if you were reappointed, you'll be resworn each time.
Correct.
Very good. All right. Good. All right, let's move on. We've got some meeting minutes to review and approve this morning before we hear from our applicants. So our first meeting we need to talk about is the Design Review Board meeting minutes of October 21st, 2022. I know between Frank and myself, we had some minor corrections that we sent to Tracy. She's made those corrections, and now they're reflected in the meeting minutes that we have in front of us. So any other comments or questions about the meeting minutes of October 21st? If none, can I hear a motion to approve such minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes from October 21st.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Owens, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes of October 21st, 2022, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Minutes are approved 6-0. All right, our next meeting meeting minutes we need to approve are from November. And those are our November 18th, 2022 meeting minutes. And again, there were a few tweaks we made or had, and we sent those to Tracy. She's incorporated those and what you have in front of you are reflective of those corrections. But does anybody else have any items or anything? All right. Can we get a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 18th?
I move that we approve meeting minutes from November 18th. And a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco to approve the meeting minutes, a second by Mr. LeCain. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes of November 18th, 2022, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Minutes are approved 6-0. Okay, very good. Thank you for that. On to our applicants this morning. So our first applicant is Off Leash this morning. And because the firm I work for is involved in this project, I'm going to recuse myself and hand the meeting over to Ms. Palmer. Let me collect my goodies here.
All right.
Get out of your way, and you can get started. Okay. You know what? I'm going to do this. Oh, yeah, probably. You can do that.
Yeah. I refuse to sit down here, Corey.
Good morning.
Musical chairs,
Off Leash, y'all can come up, please.
And before we get started, if you don't mind to just state your first and last name for the record, please.
Sure. I'm Wendy Newman. That was how I was going to start anyway, so that works perfect. I am the CEO of Cooper Holdings. Lonnie owns Cooper Holdings. I've been with him for 20 years. We are overly excited about the project here in Alpharetta. My first corporate job was right down the road a gazillion years ago before it came to what it is now. We've looked at a number of different locations to have our first flagship Off Leash, and this was the perfect spot. So we are very excited to be here. We are very excited to be in Alpharetta. I am so, I can't even tell you how happy I am for what you've done with the city. We talk about it all the time out of all the places that we've looked. And look, this has been a process. We have been at this for a very long time, and we have gotten to this point. So I feel like, you know, to not use words of where we are this time of year, I'm overjoyed with where we are, because this is what we needed to get to in order to be able to move this forward. I'm ready to see that Rite Aid go. I am ready for us to put an amazing building up. And so we have been working with Vickers. They have been on board since the very beginning of our concepts, our designs, our hopes, and our desires for what this can actually be. And we hope to be an amazing part of the community. Our goal is to partner with lots of different businesses in the community. When we were watching your pre-meeting and seeing what was going up, that there was another, pet-related type of store, that just excites us. That's who we want to partner with. We want to get all the people in the community that love pets as much as we do, and let's all bring this together. So being able to, to promote each other and to be a part of that is something that we're excited about doing. So hopefully, if you have any questions, I'm here, but I'm going to turn it over to Josh.
All right, good morning, board. Name is Joshua Word. I work with Vickers Design Group, the architect on this project. Obviously, we have Wendy here to answer any questions if you have anything about how the operations or anything like that are to go. And then we also have Michael Toothaker, landscape architect, who could step up and answer any questions about landscaping or the site plan if you also have that. I have some materials over here. Before I get started on the presentation, I don't know if you want me to go ahead and share those or wait.
Can we do the side plan first?
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Yeah, so obviously, as Wendy mentioned, we're at the, and you guys know this, we're at the corner of South Main and Old Milton. This is what's there today, just to kind of preface what it is we are trying to improve upon. This is a survey of the existing property with the Rite Aid, where you can see there's the parking lot between the Rite Aid and South Main currently today, and then our new proposed plan where we are pulling the building closer up to South Main, moving the parking lot off to the side yard, trying to get the building as close to that corner as we can. Did did you want me to stop here, or did you want me to just go through the presentation?
No, you can go through the presentation.
Okay.
We just like,
So we obviously worked, I think we were originally planning to come here last month. We've been working with the city staff since that point to try to make even more improvements upon what we were doing, to try to, better the plan as best we can. As I mentioned, the goal here was to try to pull the building as close to the street as we could. There's some topography as you come from the intersection down into the property, it sort of drops down. So we sort of, basically what you see is the building is pulled up to where the corner of the parking lot used to be, which is as close as we could get it without raising the building up substantially to meet the topography. Landscape plan here. One of the other things that we're doing is we've eliminated the curb cut and drive that came off of Old Milton previously and cut through back to the street on the back side of the two properties, and we've moved that up to the north side of the property. One, this eliminates the curb cut. It also, maximizes our space, for the dog park portion. It also opens up the possibility of future interparcel connectivities if we need that in the future. Obviously, if you got detailed questions about that.
Along Main Street, the power lines that are currently along the front there, those all stay above ground?
Yes, we are not currently proposing to bury any power at the moment.
Is there power lines on the Old Milton side? No. Yeah, there is power line along Old Milton too, correct?
That's correct, and both are going to involve some involvement of GDOT. So one of the things that we are proposing in the plan is that we worked out with council when we went through a conditional use permit was we are planning to enhance the streetscape that exists there, to comply with current landscape ordinance or streetscape ordinance. So adding it, there's already the city sidewalk along South Main. We're going to be adding that as well to Old Milton, as well as the street on the back side and a sidewalk along our private drive as well. Obviously, that'll need approval for GDOT along Old Milton.
We have conditions, Brett?
we do have council conditions, yeah.
In the email.
Yeah, so the street.
I don't have my phone.
So the addition of the streetscape was one of the conditions that were given by council to add.
Okay. Because anything that's part of, that specifically states reviewed by DRB, let's go through those and we'll check the boxes as we see those.
Yeah, I have them. I'll go through them.
Okay.
Before we make sure everything's.
So moving on to the building, so this is, juxtaposed against what we looked at before. This is what we're proposing. It's a single-story masonry building with some metal and wood accenting. Obviously, I have the materials here I can share in just a moment. The front side is our restaurant portion of the project, and on the back side is a covered portion for the dog park that opens up into the dog park that you see there. As I mentioned, the front part obviously is brick masonry with storefront. The back portion we are proposing to do out of a timber style frame with some metal accents, sort of the theme, if you will, of what we're trying to emulate there is kind of this idea that, this is obviously the mill aesthetic that we're going for with the look and feel of the building. And with this covered patio or covered area, sort of, if you imagine like a turn of the century building with a timber interior frame, if you've pulled the skin away from that, this is kind of the skeleton that remains to try to play into that industrial feel. Some elevations that we can get into as you got specific questions and go through the materials. I'll come back to that. Some of the things that we're doing, obviously we've got some accent lighting, so sign light over the entryway, proposing some accent up and down lighting along the front street-facing facades, and then we have the parking lot lighting, as well as site lighting. So this is just kind of a quick diagram showing some of the site lighting. The two poles in the middle are existing. that we're planning to reuse, and then adding some additional lighting just to try to create, or eliminate, I should say, dark corners of the property, obviously, as we get into later evenings and that sort of thing. The patios in the covered dog area are proposed to have the ceiling fans and heaters. So these are sort of what we're proposing. We tried to, choose a fan that kind of played into that industrial aesthetic without being overly utilitarian. The entire dog park will be surrounded in a 6-foot fence as outlined in one of the conditions from the council. So we're proposing a metal vertical picketed fence. Obviously the vertical to minimize its climbability. And 6 foot high was what was recommended by the council to just help ensure that dogs can't jump over.
Is there any way a little one could get under it? You have like a little Yorkie out there or something?
I mean, so there's always the potential, we'll keep that bottom rail as close to the, hug as close to the ground as we can get it, so that it doesn't, the gap there is no greater than the 4-inch gap between the pickets that we would have.
Okay.
As well. So the ability to get under would be no different than the ability to get through, essentially, is what we would try to achieve. And obviously, I think if we go back to the plan, we're also planning to fully encapsulate that thing with landscaping, so that there's another physical barrier that you have to get to. Probably the only thing on site that we're planning on keeping other than refurbishing the 2 light poles is the dumpster, but that'll be completely refurbished. We'll be removing the gate entirely and putting an entirely new gate, and then it is currently already masonry. We're proposing to paint that to match the building, and then this will be fully cleaned and recoated on the inside as well. Obviously, throughout the dog park, there'll be a couple amenities. So we've got drinking fountains for both dogs and people, waste cans and for both regular trash, and then waste management, obviously, for the
Are those
pets.
proposed colors for all of it?
That's correct. We're trying to keep them neutral. One of the conditions from the council as well was to not use brightly covered furniture. We kind of grouped all of the amenities in the dog park in terms of that furniture idea, so we're keeping them greens, blacks, neutrals.
Like brightly colored stuff. I mean, it's in the back, and it's an active area. I don't mind brightly colored stuff, Is that a condition?
It was, yeah.
It's the second condition on there.
Yeah, especially, I
It's
agree,
all-
Pat, especially for a space like this, to
It
get
doesn't
it,
say
make
you
it more
can't.
festive.
Highly active and all that stuff? But
It doesn't say
it's a
that,
date.
well, this council doesn't say you can't. It just says if you do, they have to be screened from the public right away.
Oh,
Use brightly colored stuff, it's gotta be screened well, which back there, we're gonna have that new, plan for the text code, hopefully that goes through that landscape plan, and then their own landscape screening. So if it was, I think the thought was more, up at the intersection side, up right up by the building and stuff. Don't do it there, keep it
Yeah,
Well-
back.
thematically, you want to keep that in the neutral tone, but highly active back of yard, back of house space,
Yeah, back here, where they've got the, splash pad and stuff that they're showing, back in that area, I think it's gonna be easier to screen too, back there.
Yeah, I guess we just weren't concerned, or we were not sure, because it just says public right-of-way, and we've got the street on the back side of the property that technically is visible, so.
It's not a hill I'm going to die on. But anyway, just my opinion.
I mean, we would invite the opportunity. We were obviously trying to adhere best to the conditions as we could, so.
Sure.
Sorry. This zoomed in a bit. I may have skipped over it briefly when we were talking about the fence, but there is proposed to be a splash pad back there, as we discussed. That's sort of an asphalt and concrete thing that'll be mildly colored with, you know, a water feature, obviously, and then that will have to have an associated pump house, which is indicated by the image to the right. It's basically a utility box, but it will also be screened in the landscaping as well. But obviously, the intent is to try to not stand out with that.
Can you show us where that's going to be located?
Absolutely.
On the site?
So it's along the public drive. I will try to zoom in here. So it's this right here. So there's a note here that's pointing to a box that says pump house. That's the splash pad. So we try to keep it as close proximity to that as we could. Obviously, kept it off of or away from the street of Norcross Street, or, you know, as far away from the intersection as we get, but still be in proximity to that splash pad. And then, you know, like as I mentioned, you know, it'll be screened with landscaping.
Is there a reason it's outside of the fence line?
So that people within the fence aren't messing with it or dogs using it to be on.
Brett, is there any type of right-of-way associated with that entry road?
It is not. It's a private drive.
Sides of,
Private, okay.
between Norcross Street and the building, it's a private, yeah.
Okay. Michael shaking his head. Got to beat you to it.
Okay.
How tall is that thing?
The pump house,
Yeah,
approximately 3 feet.
so basically it looks like a transformer, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
So the green box is just a shell. It's got a pump inside of it, but the shell itself just looks like a transformer box.
Any sort of overflow of water, anything like that associated with it? Does it need to be near a curb and gutter?
Not that we are aware.
You want to go through the materials and kind of point out,
Yes,
maybe
sorry,
bring up a picture of the building and maybe point out where things are going with the
Sure. So the
material.
last thing I'll just mention that was in the packet is, you know, obviously we did a sightline study. Our building is kind of depressed down from South Main in the intersection, so we've tried to make sure that the parapets are appropriately sized to fully screen anything on the roof. That's the last thing I'll say. Obviously, we don't have final selections on equipment, you know, so that'll be adjusted to make sure that it's fully screened, you know, as needed without raising the building height. All right, so I'll go ahead and spread these out, and then I'll jump back up to the elevations.
You want to start with Richard there? Thank you.
I'll just give them all down here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try
and
to
then,
label them.
and then we'll,
Obviously, the brick is the proposed exterior brick. This is just an example of the framing for the storefront and color that's being proposed. Sorry, there's a color on the other side. But that is, you know, sort of what is intended for the timber frame for the storefront system. This is, you saw in the covered dog area, there's a metal roof proposed on that portion as well as metal accents, so that roof and a
Same color too?
so that's the color, yes, sort of a muted black. So this is a faux wood product. This is just proposed at the sign band, which is intended to be as close color match to the timber frame as we can get. And then one thing I didn't mention through the thing is that the dog portion is within the fence line is proposed to be a turf lawn, so that it's easily cleaned, less maintenance. This is not the exact product, but it's close to a visual representation, but the product that we are proposing is porous, so
Thank you, that was my next
So,
question.
yeah, so maybe you can go through on the screen and just kind of tell us what's what, so we
Yep.
can have an idea. That would be helpful. This is the metal roof on the back. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
what were you thinking?
The turf, just like, he said it's porous.
And the pee and the poop and.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking trees for us, so.
So I'll start here on the elevations. Obviously, what you see in sort of the off-white color is what is matching the brick. As I mentioned, we have some metal accents, you know, in terms of the coping, and a header beam over the windows as well as a canopy. That's kind of represented by the little metal sample that you have there. That's also indicative of the color and material type for the what is proposed as a standing seam roof on the covered dock portion in the rear here. The two places you see a sign band, so we are not presenting signage to you at this moment. We'll come back for that for the specific. This is a fairly close representation of what we'll be planning to show, but for now we're just, it's indicating the area. So there's two sign bands, one at the front entry for the restaurant. The second one is at the breezeway between the two buildings, so that'll be the main entry point into the dog park. That is that. That's correct. And then obviously the metal frame for the window and the glass represents the windows. On all the street-facing facades, so the facade that faces South Main and Old Milton, all transparent glass. We do have two windows on the parking lot facing side, which is down here at the bottom elevation, that will be spandrel, so not transparent.
Joshua, the west elevation faces Main, correct?
That's correct. Yes, that's right. The east elevation faces Old Milton. Or I'm sorry, the south elevation. I got my rotation mixed up.
South is Old Milton, thanks.
The east elevation faces the dog park, and the last elevation faces the parking lot. So the sign band into the breezeway is from the parking lot, as well as the one area where we'll have this opaque glass. Same glass, it'll just have a ceramic coating on the back side of it to make it opaque.
Those gooseneck lighting, are they proposed to be green?
So this is more like a teal, looks a little green, more green on the screen. The only place we're proposing those currently is over the sign band on the front entry.
And the idea, I guess, is to match the color of the signage.
That's right. So it's one of Off Leash's branding colors.
Okay.
But we're trying not to overstate it by putting it everywhere, but just creating an accent there. And then the up and down can lights are just more or less between the windows along the street-facing facades.
Hey, Josh, I heard you mention something about ceramic coating on some of the windows. Is that where you're talking about the spandrel glass, or?
Yeah, so if you see on this north elevation down here, it's we've tried to color it in gray to differentiate it from the other windows, but that's the two parking lot facing windows. So non-street facing, but that's the closest thing to a back of house that we have,
Yeah.
where the restrooms and the kitchen will be inside the restaurant. So we're just we're trying to lessen the visibility, but obviously from an architectural standpoint, you know, that is visible as you come south down South Main. So we wanted to articulate it like it was a window, and so that's what you see here. So these two windows are not transparent, but everything else is.
So that's something you're going to put on the glass. It's not going to be traditional spandrel glass where you.
No, it is traditional spandrel. So it's a ceramic coating is fabricated in a shop as a coating on. It's not a film, so it's
Not a film, okay.
product.
So the color and sheen and things like that, the sheen of it will match the rest of the glass.
The exact same glass, just
Yeah.
with it'll have a light gray frit on the back. It'll essentially make it look like the window, the lights are turned off in that room.
Perfect.
What's going to be behind some bushes?
The last material I didn't touch on specifically in the elevations was the timber frame. So where we have the outdoor patios, there'll be a little bit of accenting there with a timber frame look to tie these elements together on the South Main side, and then obviously the full frame on the back side.
So it's a veneer over the top of what, a steel post or something?
No, so we're actually proposing a timber post.
Okay.
Yeah.
timber?
So that's a tongue and groove deck. So I didn't bring a 10, so it's right now planned to be 10 by 10 timber columns. That is just, that's a decking material for a roof, so that's what you would see from the underside.
Behind the sign? Is that the same product that's gonna go behind the sign?
Well, the sign is the,
I held this up already.
Got you, sorry. I was deep in the weeds here.
so the sign is the only place where the faux wood is, and it's just because that being on a facade, that's a more durable material.
Have you identified a
Oh,
stain
timber
color?
frame, not timber frame.
So, yeah, on the back side of that, the stain color is, it's called chestnut.
That's been stained to chestnut. I mean, that's
That's right,
what
that's been
it will look
stained
like.
to be the
So
proposed
that's
color.
what the timber will look like?
Yes.
Okay.
And how big are those posts that are holding those,
Well, we haven't finalized the engineering just yet, but what's indicated in the visuals is a 10 by 10, which is probably the minimum that we would be able to achieve to support the spans that we're doing.
Definitely has a barn vibe.
So that's been a comment a few times. So it has a little bit of a barn vibe. We tried to do the accenting and the steel connections and supports as well as the roof to give it a little more of an industrial vibe to it. But I think there's only so far we can go with wood to not
I don't really
simulate the
mind the
barn a little bit.
vibe. I mean, it's animals.
Will it have that skirt or fascia board along that, or will it not?
That's the awkward part.
Yeah,
It's like a skirt.
yeah, that part you have your hand on.
Yes, so this was an element where we were potentially looking at in the future if there was ever, a screening element incorporated into this on the side. We would want something to screen that. We're not proposing screens at the moment, but obviously we wouldn't want to see like they would have been motorized screens. We didn't want that to be visible from the right-of-way, being stuck up underneath a timber frame. So we're currently showing just a partial turn-down side piece to screen that if it were ever incorporated.
Well,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
would the screening just be on the two sides then?
Yeah,
Not
no,
the
so
front?
it wouldn't be, the idea is not to turn this into enclosed space fully, just to further protect it if there's a rain event. I mean, the thing is pretty deep, so there's a large amount of protected area, but just to increase that a little bit without turning this into an interior space necessarily would just be proposing to screen the sides.
Partial to the other one without it. I mean, I think if you're gonna come in with a screening material
Maybe
or
propose it
something
like
like
that.
that, at that point in time, you
Okay.
talk about that once we've got elevations of what that actually is.
We don't. They're not currently planned in the project.
Can we look at that one real quick? Since we're in the weeds on that one. There's another rendering that has the brackets up there. It doesn't have that screen board.
I don't have,
It's in there. Oh, you don't have it.
I can get it. It's in the packet. Hang on one second.
From that
And we
elevation.
can talk about it when we start talking more about outside.
It sort of looks like this material.
Yeah,
oh,
there
so
you go.
so these were the versions that were submitted last month.
Is that this material that's up on the, around the roof edge?
It was, but I think if this was sort of doing the same thing. We were trying to, what the other version was trying to do is one of the comments we got was about the barn style. So we tried to dampen that a little bit by changing the wood kickers to steel brackets, and then changing out the wood look on this side element to a steel look.
I like the other option. This is like
This one feels almost incomplete, like you,
feels
I don't
like
like
a table.
either option with that board along there and I guess up in the north, right? The north is.
Well, as I mentioned, that the screens aren't currently planned in the project, so we're happy to remove that on either option and just have a timber beam, if that's what you'd prefer.
And I like the brackets that are, the metal brackets that hold it all.
I'm not overly concerned about the barn look. And this same picture where the turf meets that concrete, is that a green fence there? Green metal fence?
So that is currently just a railing for the patio. It would be the same color as the gooseneck lights if we were to make it a color. So it's more of a teal than a green, but not necessarily married to that if the color isn't your favorite. I think actually on this particular side, there will be, what's maybe not visually represented that will be there is the fence line will actually wrap that full side so that dogs can't get in and out of there.
Will you have any kind of tables and chairs out there?
Actually, yes.
Which I guess we'll need to see those as well.
I haven't brought anything that gives specific furniture. We haven't picked furniture yet.
Okay.
There was furniture in can you flip back over to the previous version again? So, yeah, sorry, this is
What do you think about that?
maybe the update that got turned off, but tables and chairs in the breezeway for the outdoor patio is what's.
But this represents how you're talking that fence goes up and
That's
continues
correct.
all the way around
Yeah, that's a rendering error that we left that out on accident.
on the new one.
So
Okay.
on this version, you can see the furniture and the fence line that I was referencing.
So,
I don't
so-
know that we'll have to necessarily, since it's not at the right of way, I don't know that we'll necessarily have to see the furniture. It's almost interior. So I think,
We can, we do have someone working, assisting us with picking furniture. We are, if you do want to see that when we come back.
well, I mean,
we're happy to
if you
share
have a
that.
teal fence next to orange furniture, I think to me, that's problematic. I don't think that will look against a green turf. You have a green turf with a teal fence and an orange.
true.
Feels like the fence should just blend with the
yeah.
other fence. Like,
Yes, I'm sorry. So what you see on this version that's on the screen, which is the older, this is what is intended to be along that
Okay,
the
that
teal
area.
fence is not included.
That's right.
okay.
Do we need to see the furniture closer up, or? Because council conditioned us to approve the furniture.
If it's seen from the,
Right. If it's seen from or at the right of way, then that's a code issue that we need to address.
do you
If
think,
it's-
do you think
At the
this,
beginning of this whole project,
It
you're gonna
says
see,
shall be screened and
shrubs are gonna be this tall, you're gonna see everything in there. So,
council condition says it shall be screened and shall require final approval.
What shall be screened?
any brightly colored outdoor furniture, dining area, and dog park and play equipment with primary or
Okay.
bright colors?
Shall
So
be
if they're coming
screened.
back with signage anyway.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have those in front of me, so, yeah, I copied those right from the condition. So if it's got outdoor furniture, then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just
So
a
we'll-
cut sheet of it would be good.
So we'll bring that with the signage.
Yeah, we
which is-
haven't picked that. We wish we were that far along to the point that we could pick the
Yeah, plenty
outdoor
of time.
furniture. So yeah,
Yeah.
we will, and happy to walk through that. We're open to, suggestions on what that looks like, but definitely, and it's shown here in orange just so that, we could see the pop of what it would look like with the furniture there.
I like orange.
That's
Yeah, I think
Personally.
it looks good. I'm just making sure, because
Yeah.
it's a city council condition.
Yeah.
We have to make sure we see it, so.
and to Holly's point, does the teal fence really go? Who knows? We'll let you guys figure that out.
Yeah, it needs to be this fence, not the teal, from just a height perspective, because the dogs, we need for them to be able to stay completely contained in this area. So it should be uniform the way that you see it here, not the teal. So, and I don't know if it's helpful too, we can also share maybe at a later date, like the branding packet that we have for all of what the actual branding colors look like, because that's really what we're trying to go off of, is to stay with kind of our, our branding, so.
So we'll have that all
Yeah.
with the signage. We'll
You have umbrellas, bring those in, if there's gonna be umbrellas, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, as of now, we're not planning for umbrellas.
Okay.
We'll make sure we have that package fully figured out
Yeah.
when we come back.
Sorry.
Brett, I was trying to find it. So I'm bringing my dog here. Is this, there's big and, is this area right here for big and small dogs, or is this? I was trying to find, the
So
site
it's-
plan that showed the fence.
It's not, we're not going to have a permanent fence between the big dog and the little dog. We will have a barrier that will break it off so that you can only be in with your, we will always have an area for little dogs. But the goal is if we ever did, let's call it like doggy yoga or anything like that, we would have the ability to pull that fence away for any type of events that we would have, so that we didn't always have to have a special small dog area if it wasn't a typical day. So on a normal day, if you're just coming as a member and you're bringing your dog, you will always have an area to bring just your small dogs.
And what is that temporary barrier look like?
It's a part of the park. It's just, it'll be sectioned off. So if you see right under,
Yeah,
you can't.
we don't have the specific contact with us.
But see where his mouse is? So if you look at that line, it would basically be that line over would be the small dog area. And we haven't finalized that yet either. It may end up being on the other side of the park. We just need it to be close enough to the entrance. So if you're walking in and you're checking yourself in and your dog in, that you don't, as a small dog owner, have to walk through the rest of the park to get to the small dog. Yeah, so there will be a way to get in just to the small dog area so that you don't have to interact with the bigger dogs if your dog's not comfortable with it.
Yeah, so what isn't clear is sort of where that line intersects with the outdoor patio. You know, there'll be a gate system like you see at most dog parks where it's a double gate system. You walk in, and then from that point, there'll be two gates, one going into the small dog area if that's currently set up, and then one going into the large dog area.
Okay.
We talked about building lighting, but did we go over site lighting?
Not yet. Photometrics, but we haven't looked at the fixtures.
Are you guys adding any site lighting, or are you keeping it the same?
We're adding site lighting, so I think I just briefly went over that.
No, you can go.
I'll scroll down to that sheet. So there's currently, obviously, the reason we are planning to use two of the fixture locations. The poles will probably be replaced to match new poles, but at least the connections themselves at the base will remain. But we were only able to keep two because most of the lighting is for the existing parking lot, which is in the front of the building. We're moving all of that, so, but this is kind of a fixture head. It's your typical parking lot light, LED light. So let's see if I can zoom back out of this a little bit. So
One thing to know on parking lot lighting, you can't put them in the islands of trees.
Okay. That is good to know. So we will make sure that those get relocated. So there looks like there's two in the parking lot, so we'll relocate those. The fixture here in the middle of the park is one of the existing that's currently there. The other one is the one by the dumpster. So all the other locations that you see are new proposed.
What about the canopy structures? Is there lighting underneath that?
There will be just some downlighting in the breezeway. Apologies, I didn't bring that to show the exact fixture, but it's just the round pucks that will tuck up in between the wood rafters of that canopy system.
Mr. Corporal, are you talking about the barn structure or the patio at the building?
The barn structure?
So same sort of thing. They're not intended to be like pendants that hang down. They'll be surface mounted, so I guess I didn't think of them as visible, but they're just essentially black pucks that'll tuck up next to the structure.
So these won't be visible?
From outside of
Yeah,
the
so
structure.
we're not doing like a decorative thing that like hangs down. They'll be tucked up in between the structural elements.
Typically, they're like up against the ceiling. It's hard to see them typically.
Yeah, so sorry, I prioritized things that were hanging and suspended down that would be readily visible in what we showed and the accent lights that are obviously on the facade.
So those will not have a light, the ceiling fans?
There's a light on there.
There is.
There is a light, so, but that's not enough for the full area lighting.
I'd really like to review the landscape plan. I have a lot of comments on that.
Are we done with all architecture?
Yeah, well, yeah.
No comments?
Anybody else?
Trying to move this.
Yeah, can we go,
The landscape? Michael, you're up.
I mean, the dumpster enclosure.
So I will mention while Michael's coming up, we had the two versions of this. You probably saw the original version of this as well. I think we've made some pretty substantial changes from that version to the other. Obviously, we'll take whatever additional comments you got, but we did work with Brett and Michael and Brian over at the city to try to get that closer to the ordinance as we could.
One last question. You guys got 75% brick on the building, correct? Looks like at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm Michael Toothaker with Gaskins LaCroix. We're working on the landscape of this, obviously, and then also the civil portion of the development. We like Josh has said, we've worked with city. I mean, we've got a lot of prior experience working with the city, not specifically in the downtown overlay area, but we know the process. We've worked with Pat, Brett, Mr. Shostak in the past, and so understanding that this is going to be a dialogue kind of back and forth. So any recommendations you guys have or would like to see in this area, I'm open to it. I know the first plan we did, we showed a lot of evergreen material along the road. I was out on vacation. One of my colleagues did it and sent it in. So hopefully we've updated that, making strides closer to what you guys want. I don't want to be responsible for having that one development in downtown Alpharetta that everybody goes, what's going on there? So
like it's a prominent corner.
So by all means, any feedback you guys have on what we're proposing currently.
Walk us through it real quick, but I've got a couple quick questions off the cuff.
Sure.
You've got power lines that especially run Main Street, and there's always an offset. You've got your 20-foot landscape strip. Has David reviewed all this stuff?
I don't know to what level David has reviewed it, honestly. Brett, can you speak to the level that David's been involved?
We do, because I'm seeing like tall trees, I'm seeing like blackouts and stuff like that, which typically.
Yeah, if you've got red power lines, you're gonna need to go understory.
And you've always got, an offset distance, and then you've got, I don't know how the landscape strip works here, but you can't get a 20-foot landscape strip separate of so there's a lot of things I think that are gonna morph once David gets his hands on it.
Yep.
Michael, can you y'all had a picture of the way it currently is right now,
You wanna pull up
that shows those power lines, and I'm a visual person, I gotta see stuff.
He has, and basically his comments, were, what are you gonna do with the power line, overhead power lines, stuff like that, so.
I like the selection of trees you have in the drawing, I just don't know if they're gonna.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, tons of overhead power lines. This is looking along, Main Street.
And that sidewalk won't change, right? This one, I believe you said,
And
is
this
this
is-
sidewalk changing?
This sidewalk changes. This is
correct.
along Old Milton.
So this is being planned as, I think it's an 8-foot sidewalk.
Zoom out a little bit, maybe we can see.
Well, this is just an image from Google Earth. So.
I was trying to see if we could get the power lines there.
They're taller.
Yeah, I totally get your concern. I agree. I mean, we need to do something other than the crepe myrtles that are there today.
Trees are gonna change.
I think what David was kind of thinking is these overhead power lines are pretty much in line with the back edge of sidewalk. And since there's an area that they're gonna be taking asphalt out and doing, that they might be behind it.
But they're not shown behind, they're shown under. So anyway, I don't wanna harp on that. Let's talk about the design and the screening of everything and let's talk about the two streetscapes and what you got going in there.
All right.
Sorry, scroll down, it jumps back up.
I'm seeing if the trees and landscape changes substantially from this version based on utilities and landscape distances and all that.
Yeah, let me ask this, because I can't remember off the top of my head. I mean, I'm down through here all the time. Do the overhead power lines continue down in front of Citizen Soul and Homes and this area?
I have no idea, but I'm assuming.
I think they stop at
They're not in front of homes.
the public's entrance.
Okay. Because the ideal thing
Taco
would
Bell
be to
has that.
continue that streetscape that's already in place, right?
Yeah,
So
Taco Bell has them, and,
a look.
and David and I were just at Taco Bell, and I want to say their street trees are tridents.
Okay.
Now here on South Main, all the trees they're not in a landscape strip. They are on the backside of the sidewalk.
Yeah, they're on the backside of the sidewalk. We've got maples and black gums.
Just the ones on Old Milton that we've got both.
At the end of the day, we're just trying to avoid everything just getting hacked.
Yeah. It looks great when I look at that.
Electronic devices.
Anyway, if you could just walk us through the plan design.
Yeah, so I mean, like we've been talking about along South Main, all the trees are on the back side of the sidewalk, a combination of maples. I can't remember. Here, I've got a bigger printout that I can look at.
So while we're on that strip, what are stairs that are going from the South Main up to the real but not real front entrance, I guess?
Well, it is,
What
it's the real front entrance.
Well, but I guess not for animals, maybe, I don't know. But
That's right.
what do those stairs look like? What do the railings look like? I mean, are they,
Right now, they're just planned as concrete stairs with a stainless steel handrail.
what color will the handrail be? Will it be black?
Well, stainless steel would just, or they could be black. They're currently just planned to be a standard stainless steel, but they could be stainless steel that are painted. Just it being right on the sidewalks, a standard stainless steel is the least maintenance, because you don't have to worry about paint chipping or rusting. I know we don't have a lot of stainless steel on the building itself,
Yeah.
but what we're.
Without it, I
right
guess,
there with it being a little
you know,
separated.
do y'all want a stainless steel on your front entrance?
Well, I guess where we were thinking it sort of matches a little bit, it's like the doors themselves are black, but the hardware was planned to be stainless steel, so match with the pull bars on the entry doors.
Okay.
First finished concrete then, sounds like.
So currently, South Main, a combination of maples, black gums, and the maples again were, currently they're called out to be sugar maples. It sounds like we're probably gonna end up swapping those to tridents, based on Brett's comment about what Taco Bell's got, and also they'll do better under the power lines. Along Old Milton, if we've got the same power line condition, I mean, it's gonna have to be some combination of understories. Maybe we continue the tridents around over there, throw in some red buds. I mean, I don't know what other understories. I know there's certain trees the city's not wanting to see at this point in medians and areas like that. So we'll need to check that against code.
Kind of antis works good, stuff you just mentioned, the smaller understory stuff.
And then I guess potentially, I mean, we want to try to keep as much space for the dog parks as possible, but looking really at where the power lines land, we may need to possibly slide the trees back a little bit. And then as far as the under, the shrub level, ground cover, a combination of, evergreen shrubs to just create a constant year-round interest.
So
And then
what
with some-
specifically, what is your screening material?
So we've currently got a mix of Loropetalum, Elysium, and then we're throwing in Abelia as well. We've got Abelia really right there at the corner, with a backdrop of Elysium, trying to create kind of a lower evergreen layer with the Abelia, and then a taller evergreen behind it with different textures and colors, and then throwing in some miscanthus or muley grass is added color. So that constitutes the majority of the plantings along the frontages. So Loropetalum, Elysium,
So where the
ornamental
fence
grass.
is the ground, so you've got turf and you've got a fence. Where does the turf stop? And then I'm assuming the turf will have a curved edge to it, or will it have just a regular kind of a metal edge to it? And then how does that fit in with how the fence comes down? And then I'm trying to figure all that stuff out.
That transition.
Where there's not a no man's land of nothing.
So there's not, There's not planned to be like a hard concrete curb right now at that transition, but under the fence line where you're changing from the turf to the beds, it's just probably a metal edging that separates, any pine straw or whatever, and that same.
So the turf has to have some turn down material, and it has to be attached to something?
Well, it gets anchored into the ground with.
But it gets anchored with something, though, not just, it doesn't just get folded in the ground and then stapled. So I'm trying to figure out that fence edge and how that works with the turf in there. And I'm not sure you've got enough screening material along that fence line. I'd rather see a double row of something underneath those trees, and I can't tell from the drawing if it has it or not.
There's areas where we've got double rows
Can
of.
we zoom in on it?
I'm sorry?
Can we zoom in on it?
Sure.
I'd really like you to walk me through this screening of that area. And we gotta talk about the dumpster and how that's screened, and which trees are supposed to be saved.
Sure.
I'm just marching through the
Yep. I hear you. Okay, so here along, so we'll start here at the corner. We've got the area here for the focal point, the art piece that is still in the works, hasn't been designed yet, but conserving a space for that, backdrop by maples, and then, like I said here, that kind of that front row of abelia, some muley grass here, and then to anchor the back of it, some taller alyssium, just to create this kind of layered effect right there at the corner. Continuing down Old Milton, again, so this area right here outside of the fence, that will actually be sod. Keeps jumping. So that's sod.
That's outside the dog
That's
area.
outside the dog area. We don't want to do sod in the dog area because it's not going to hold up over time. Same issues we had here downtown Alpharetta when it was actual grass. And so then kind of transitioning from sod, we've got a layer of ornamental grasses, and then a double row here of Laura Petalum that transitions to a double row of arborvitae.
Which arborvitae?
No, that's mislabeled. That can't be right. Oh, pancake arborvitae?
Pancake?
We'll change that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is where I can't help.
So this could be, again, if we're wanting to go taller, just to create more screen of that, we could go back to Elysium, something to get,
So
at least 4 foot range in there.
if the trees stay, and the trees right there
Those
are
black gums.
Black gums. So what's gonna happen over time is what's underneath it needs to be shade tolerant, or it will go away.
Yep.
And then council conditions will no longer be met. So Elysium's okay. I'd rather see a double row of it.
Sure.
And unfortunately along there, it's gotta be a little more utilitarian than, a little more aesthetic. So, yeah, when I saw the arborvitae, I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, I think that's a label that didn't get updated. All down through here, because.
Yeah.
But, I'm in agreement with you. I think there needs to be a minimum double row evergreen along this whole thing to buffer the fence,
Absolutely.
that whole deal.
Well, I
So-
think also, not necessarily outlined in the conditions itself, but some of the concerns from council members were just the look of the fence along Old Milton as well. So just having something that visually screens that, I think would be.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that it's 3-gallon shrubs?
That's what we're showing currently, but I know the city has the minimum height at planting requirement.
Yeah, so, again, until there's 2 years down the road, everybody's gonna stay in there. They might say screen it, but, so that's why I'm just looking at double rows, something that grows fast, something's gonna be under shade,
Yeah.
all that stuff. And then something that, how wide of a landscape strip do you have there?
I think it's 10.
I think it might be 20. I think you might have 20 on Main, and I think you might have a 20-foot landscape strip on Main Street. But I'll let David figure out how that works. And I don't know if your fencing, I think your fencing has to be 5 feet outside of that landscape strip. Only because I'm doing a project where I just saw the fence ordinance yesterday.
Sounds like landscaping.
I think it's gotta confer.
Yeah.
The fence has
Right, is there a chance that David will review this soon for all this stuff I'm bringing up?
I mean, typically what he would do is we'll give him your comments and he'll have this and then he'll make sure that happens at LDP unless you have questions that have to come
I'm
back.
bringing in more only because it's a council condition.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. And he'll go over the council conditions. So even if we don't look at council conditions here in LDP, it's gonna get looked at and changed if need be. It's better that it gets done here, but
What's
yeah,
y'all's schedule? Are you in for LDP yet?
no.
No. When are you looking to get in for that?
As soon as you guys tell us we can start going.
Yeah, so the original plan obviously was we were trying to get here last month. We deferred that because of the comments we got, and I'm not sure who this specifically came from, but we had, there was a pretty substantial review of the landscape last go round.
Yeah.
So this update was to address most of those.
Okay. So, all right, so let's march through it real quick. 8-foot sidewalk, Old Milton Parkway, decorative pedestrian lighting as approved by staff, so that's not us.
Yep.
Norcross Street streetscape, 4-foot planted street
That's,
trees,
that's staff too.
minimum sidewalk staff. Project entrance on South Main shall be landscaped with ornamental plantings.
Yeah, and I guess I had a little bit of a question there. When y'all say ornamental plantings, are we talking seasonal stuff, or are we?
You covered that.
Okay.
Ornamental is a catch-all word, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So, tree save. Where's the tree save? That's that right?
Okay, so there's a couple areas we're doing that. So along Taco Bell here, the idea is to try to save as much of those trees as possible.
But most of them are boundary trees, right?
They are, and so trying to keep an existing curb line or replace the curb at the existing location here is going to be
Okay. That's
pretty
another
ideal
staff
because
thing.
of root zones and that sort of stuff. Yeah, but we want to try to keep as much of that as we can. We're going to do some shrub planting underneath, but we want to, if that's all done by hand to less
Dumpster
impact.
How are we screening that?
The dumpster, we've got a couple cedars around it right now, and
What kind of cedar?
again, I'm sorry.
What kind of cedar? I'd rather see something smaller than.
I've got blue atlas cedars in there right now.
Yeah, no. Why don't can we put in, let's just put in something like ligustrum or,
Okay.
or do you need those trees for your density?
I don't think we need those trees.
Blue Atlas isn't gonna do it because they're too thin.
It doesn't look like we need it for density.
So,
Especially if we're able to save as many of these existing trees along the perimeters we're talking about.
yeah, I don't know if you get to count them if they're off-site, but I'd rather see something like ligustrum or even Nellies that are a little bit tighter or something like that.
Sure.
Blue Atlas, they just go into misty, they're too thin and, yeah, it'd take a long time to grow, you're right, so.
Okay. And then the other existing trees we're looking at is out here in the dog park, actually.
Well, a couple out, so the detention area, there's an existing detention area in the south.
Let me address the question about that area that you just mentioned, Michael, where you have the tree save within the turf area. Have you developed a detail for that turf? Joshua mentioned that it is permeable. There are different products for turf like that. I have not personally dealt with using it within an area where trees are being saved. There might be some, and this is a question to bring up to David Shostak, if there would be heat gain on the turf that would impact the root zones of the trees, perhaps a detail that gives you enough softening underneath the turf could benefit the trees. Because I think that's going to be an issue.
I think there's going to be some kind of minimum tree ring of some sort underneath it. I think there has to be. You can't take that turf.
No, I agree. I didn't think about that, Richard. I've spent enough time on baseball and lacrosse fields that are made of turf. That place, it's seriously, it's 30 degrees hotter than it is on just natural grass or whatever.
I would agree, and ideally though,
Thanks for those things.
ideally if we can save these trees, they would actually help in reducing some of that heat as well with the shade, so.
Yeah, and we've done a lot of research on different types of turfs, especially ones being used in dog parks, and we feel like we've got a couple of folks that have given us some good enough information when we get to the point of choosing who we're
Well,
gonna
the
use
cost.
for that. Yeah, I mean, everything comes with a cost, obviously, but the goal is we really want those trees to be there because it is gonna provide some natural shade.
Absolutely.
And make it look more like a park. I don't want it to be just a flat area with a bunch of, the goal is for this to feel like you're in your backyard. So we really want to save as many of those trees as we can. And then the goal is to put some type of, there will definitely be a natural surface under the trees. We're not planning on turfing directly up to the tree line. And to be able to put some type of bench or something around. We've even seen them that have been beautifully built, look like they were meant to be with that, with the tree, for people to sit down and enjoy, a cocktail and watch their dog. So the plan is to save, but we also don't want them to the goal too in doing that, and we've looked at a lot of other dog parks in other cities that are doing it really well, is we also are trying to advocate for them not to pee on the tree all the time too. So if we have something around the base of the tree that could be used to sit on, they're also not going to necessarily lift their leg and pee on it. So that's the plan for it.
That's a great point, and you could strategically set up that kind of barrier to keep anything from penetrating it.
Yes, and that's the goal. The trees are, that, quite honestly, when we looked at the property, that was a big draw for us because it did have especially those really beautiful trees
Well,
back
the
there.
nicest trees on the whole lot are the ones inside the dog park.
Inside the dog park, so.
Sure.
And getting.
Drawing shows a fence around that area though. It doesn't show benches, it doesn't show any of that other stuff.
No, because we haven't gotten to that point.
Okay.
That's definitely, like I said, choosing furniture. We really have done a lot to get to this point and quite honestly feel a little halted until we are able to move beyond this. And then at that point, working back and forth collaboratively with you guys on what makes the most sense, we're happy to do, but we need to get past this point. The investment thus far to get to this point has been really, it's been great and exciting and all that, but we're ready to kind of move past it. Hopefully that will, and then at that point, we're ready to take suggestions. We want this to be a part of your community, so.
And going back to the existing trees, I think with the topography that's going on back here as well, the topography will in some ways delineate the beds around these trees so that we can keep them and then also incorporate flatter areas into the turf area.
Does it fall away?
It is sloping downward, yeah.
It goes to detention, so it falls away.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's sloping towards the road, right? Like from the building, it slopes towards Norcross, or is it
I think
sloping this way?
I think it's Norcross towards the middle, so both sides come towards the middle.
Okay. And there's an existing pond down here today, so I think these few trees you kind of see in the pond, I think those are going to be gone because we're going to have to clean that pond out, excavate it out a little bit. We're drastically reducing the amount of impervious, but according to what the engineer told me, we do need to size that pond to hold the 100-year storm.
In Norcross, I don't know what the landscape strip is over there. Norcross, same thing, as best you can, double row of shrubs. And again, I don't know what your distances are for your landscape strips and how your fence relates to that stuff, and Dave really needs to look at this.
Yeah, sorry, the mouse is doing a little funky. See?
Hang on, I'll get it.
All right.
Battery might be dying.
All right, yeah, so let's. They did trash cans. So we have site plan, landscape plan, materials and colors.
Ready?
Site lighting.
Okay. Mrs. Chairman. Regarding DRB 220048, I would like to make a motion that we approve the site plan as presented today. End of motion.
A second.
All right, who'd you hear for? Tom? We'll do Tom with the second. Okay,
Tom can have it.
thank you. All right, so this was for the site plan.
Site plan?
Is there any discussion?
Public comment.
She's got
Is there any public comment on the motion? No. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-0. Motion passes. All right, who's got? elevation materials and colors.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Regarding DRB 220048, I move that we approve the elevation and materials presented. And just side note, the fence against the patio will be matching the other fence, not the turquoise. And a motion.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor with a second for the materials, elevations, and colors. Is there any discussion on the skirting for the barn structure? We did have discussion about that.
I mean, until it comes in for the screening or whatever they want to add there, I think it just needs to relate more to that north elevation, not have a skirt board at all. That's my opinion. I like the hardware that's holding it.
There were two presented.
Yeah, so which one?
But both of them had that skirt board. I like that north elevation. Obviously, it had the arc, or not the, it had the peak to it and had some interesting hardware to it.
I think during discussion, he said neither one of them would be there.
Right.
So I think what I would expect out of the drawings with what was presented today, presented by him saying neither of those is gonna be there, is it'll be a plain timber.
As long as the motion covers that discussion.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I would say so.
Perfect. We got that? Got it.
Any other comments? Any public comment? Okay. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. It's 5-0, passes. Okay, moving on.
Does that include lighting? Because that was all included, right? Elevation materials was lighting.
We'll do lighting separate because
He said it was included.
Building lighting, but if, I mean, with
Site
your
lighting's different.
site lighting would be different.
Got it.
Building lighting, I would say, yeah.
Maybe in landscape.
I will. All right, I'll take a stab at this. Mr. Owens is okay with it. Regarding DRB 220048 off-leash landscaping and site lighting, that we table until the applicant can update the drawings per our discussions, as well as the lighting as discussed, which cannot be in landscape islands.
Mr. Corkle, in terms of tabling, do you want to set that for indefinitely to allow them the opportunity to work with Mr. Shostak? Or do you want to set it for the next DRB meeting, which would be January 20th?
I hadn't thought about it. Whatever is most convenient to the applicant to make it happen.
Okay, so just for clarification on motion making, for tabling, when you table an item, it is scheduled to come back at the next DRB meeting. And then you guys would remove it from the table and either make a decision on those two items or table again or defer or deny or whatever you decide to do at that point.
Then I will table until the next meeting.
You got it.
We have a motion, we need a second though.
We didn't put it into motion yet.
We're not finished yet.
We're in discussion.
Do
Okay,
we
do you mind
do we
to
need to qualify
Time
that?
to repeat so now that we're on the same page as far as when you want it to come back.
Do we need to qualify that item with their agreement to bringing it back, or does it matter? Okay.
Okay, so you need me to repeat the motion?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Hopefully nobody remembers what I said the first time. All right, BRB 220048 off leash. I make the motion that we table landscaping and site lighting based on today's discussion. Which, end of motion. Just leave it at that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Now any discussion on the motion?
Or any questions?
And lighting is not included in that, right?
Site lighting.
Site lighting,
Right,
yes.
you remove that. Got it.
Any public comment?
Can we question?
Yeah.
So if we're working with Showstack, and this is just for my benefit, if we're working with Showstack through the permitting process, and he's gonna review it at that point anyways, we've been through one round of DRB comment review, why could because you mentioned this working with Showstack on this now. Why not approve now and let us start working with Showstack on that side to not slow down the LDP submittal process?
I can help that.
Well, David can't comment on materials. That's the thing.
Yeah, David's gonna be your code. These guys are your aesthetic, so we gotta work together. Basically, David's gotta make sure what these guys ask for can be done.
Okay, so then my question would be,
For site lighting?
can you just tell me what you want right now then?
No. That's for you to design.
The issue is this.
Yeah.
You've got overhead power lines, you've got landscape strips, and you've got fencing. All of that's gonna move and morph, including the materials. So the materials are what this board is most interested in, what trees you've got and all that sort of thing. You know, we've seen a drawing already that cedars out there or something like that. And to that point, you know, this drawing came in and had arborvitaes in there, and I was told that wasn't the right thing. So this board wants to know specifically, because we've got council conditions that we're really dug in on. So it's a back and forth, unfortunately, in that case.
Can I ask something about site lighting specifically then? Because I understand that for the landscape, but if site lighting, the one comment sounded like I heard was related to landscape islands, which is a code thing, not necessarily an aesthetic thing. Could that be removed from the tabling and we'll make sure through the LDP process that it meets code and is not incorporated into the landscape strips or islands? That's it.
Well, I mean, that's just, the site lighting, we didn't discuss poles, fixture heads, any of that kind of stuff. Location,
We saw the head.
we did, okay.
Packet.
Sorry. So location is just, I mean, that's a code thing, but when you come back, they're gonna wanna see that you move those out of those areas.
And does that affect the photometrics? Does that
Yeah.
spill over on the right of way, that kind of thing?
But, I mean, it shouldn't, because the ones we're removing are the interior parking lot ones. But
Depending where you're moving to. It's not gonna hold up one, it's not holding up one thing.
I understand.
They're sort of tied together.
just clarify.
Yep,
They can still apply for LDP.
Okay.
correct? Doesn't hold them
no,
back.
not yet.
No. That's a problem.
Do we have more motions? I think
Oh, we're still.
oh, we need to vote on that one, yeah, sorry.
The motion is to table until the next meeting for the site lighting and landscape, correct? Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand. It's 5-0, motion passes. All right. Signage wasn't presented, okay, I think that's it. Anything? Anybody else? Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Josh, here's your write-up for that and your thumb drive.
I'll just reach out to you about the process for that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Michael needs to get his stuff tweaked around and then, yeah.
Yeah, well, I want to make sure it's
Till the landscape.
but,
A short recess. It's like, where did everybody go? Oh. If our next applicant, Gussied Up, is here, you can come on down and get ready. As soon as we end our recess, you're next.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know what?
Okay, stop it. Do not accept your negativity. I can't wait, Richard.
$1 for you.
Is it gonna be a merrier Christmas?
All right, so everybody's
It's a
got
$2 Merry Christmas.
What do I have to do?
a Merry Christmas or a very Merry Christmas. See, Holly, did you get, where's your, okay, you got a water. Did I miss somebody? I guess I missed Pat. Shoot. One, two, 7. Maybe they,
No, I've had them more.
this goes to Pat. I gotta keep everybody hydrated this morning. There you go. See?
So you just go back and get another.
Yes, or $2. So,
What happened there, Richard?
all right, he's in there. I thought Richard and Pat. Okay. Thank you for filling in for me.
Did he tell you what happened? Mine's getting inside.
Let's get our last 2 board members here and we'll get going, so pardon us.
Site plan, materials colors. Got approved and
Okay.
separating landscape pathway. Did you win? I'm gonna top coat that in a minute. So what I'll do.
Okay. Okay, let's end our recess and get going again. Our next applicant is Gussied Up. So good morning, welcome. If you'll speak into the microphone, introduce yourself, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet this morning, please.
My name is David Batuzik. I'm with Sign Systems, representing Gussied Up. We have a reverse channel letter sign that's halo lit on an aluminum box for Gussied Up. It's approximately 15 square feet.
Okay, very good. You have any color samples?
I do have.
Okay, if you'll either hold those up or pass those around, that'll be,
This is in the shopping center where the old Starbucks, Bagel Boys, stuff like that is. So you can see in the picture, the sign to the right is one of the originals, where we had the really big box raceway in the back. So we're slowly, finally getting away from those and getting some better signage in this center. I think this is pretty good. It's a layered look. You know, I got them to work on also layering the logo part of it. So I think I think it'll be a nice addition to the shopping center, a nice addition to downtown.
The pet boutique part of that will be the acrylic that is being passed around.
The which part will be?
The part that says pet boutique,
Okay, will be the acrylic, okay. Very good. Yeah, Brett, there's there's a barber shop in that center too that has a sign kind of similar to
Yeah.
what Gussied Up is.
Yeah, so we're working overtime as they,
That was the t-shirt place, I believe.
oh yeah, the t-shirt place.
I think it was something painted t-shirts, or what was it?
Yeah,
Or, okay, what's that?
the dog,
What's his name or her name?
Gussie.
the dog's name is Gus.
Gus.
Because it cannot be interior lit, we are putting a print on there. I can pass around.
Oh, sure, okay.
I like Gus. Yeah, it's not old, but a little color. It's good.
Okay,
The
thank you.
owner really wants to have the dog on there, because there's a Gussied Up flower shop that is operating out of Roswell, and she wants to eliminate as much confusion as possible.
Okay, very good. And this, they're actually open right now.
Yes, sir.
They're operating, so.
So David, the dog will be printed on that black background, or are you gonna print it on something else and stand it
No,
off
it's
that
gonna-
background?
it will be stood off.
Okay.
It'll be on aluminum and still stood off. It will not be on the background itself.
So nothing on that background the black that's shown here, nothing's gonna be actually flat right on it. The letters are pin mounted off of it, the dog's pin mounted off of it, all of that.
Yes, sir.
So we get the true kind of 3D layering all through the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good effect, to have that three dimensions, rather than just a flat sign, okay? The existing sign that was there, it's obviously been taken down. Were there any holes left over from it, or anything that's,
There is wiring, the electrical is there, but that will all be covered from the box.
okay? So, but you will need electrical coming to your signs as well, so,
Sure.
all right? Just want to make sure it's all either patched or concealed, the existing holes that may be there.
Is there any thought, the black backer of maybe curving the corners? Because if you look in, I don't know if you can see in this picture, the old signs, those are even curved, just to kind of gussy it up.
Gussy it down, gussy it up.
We could do that if you would
That might-
prefer.
That might play off the curve around the dog and the cursive of the letters.
So you're talking about rounding the edges?
Just the round and the edges.
Softening.
Yeah,
Similar to the alteration
yeah.
Okay.
next door.
Okay,
So not a bullet curve, but each one individually,
The radius.
Right, yeah.
head.
yeah.
okay, and then I guess the sign will be centered over
It's
the,
centered above the store itself.
all right, very good.
It wasn't me.
Uh-oh,
Might be.
I think the officer needs to talk to Brett.
Do we?
There's only two of my children in town.
Yeah, I think we are.
Somebody,
Go ahead.
okay. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220049 for Gussied Up, I move that we approve the sign as presented today, including colors, and recommending they round the corners to help soften up the appearance of the sign. And a motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. LeCain. I heard Tom first. He's jolly on the spot this morning. Okay, any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0.
Did you call for public comment?
Holly did
I did.
when she was here.
Just,
I apologize. I do have my sign in front of me, so I missed that.
They've been a quiet
Sorry,
bunch
Lauren.
this morning, so.
I did not call. Is there? All right. I'll remember that next time.
Thank you, David.
So
All right. David, thank you very much. Our next applicant is going to be Slurpin Ramen Bar. Yes. mhm.
right there.
Oh, is there?
For a
Okay.
non-existent, that's what it was, it wasn't a bear That needs to come down, you know, like who's in charge of that? Who takes that down? Is that in front of?
Can put it. This one. So do you know where I can put this one? Oh, okay.
Charles?
There's the dump right.
He used to be right there at, next. He's been around.
He barely speaks English.
then getting them 2 days ahead of time.
You're
You know what I mean?
It'll-
Oh, is that all they got? Okay.
All right. Good morning. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone.
She's presenting.
Okay. I'll let Brett get it pulled up here for us.
This one,
Yeah.
and then this one.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. Could you go the other one too? Okay, that's okay.
And then you get the mouse out there.
Okay, I can have control here, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, my name is Hee So. I'm came from Gum Graphics. So I tried. I'm sorry. Okay. So my client, he is Slurpin Ramen. Is that right pronunciation?
Yes.
Slurpin. Slurpin.
All right.
Hang on 1 second. This is, I think we'll use this one.
Okay. All right. So it is my sample.
And if you'll speak into the microphone while you're talking for us, thank you. This is a demonstration. A sign demonstration.
Yes.
Who was that?
So that you can see the background, right? It is we're gonna use the HDU material, which is this one. So could you give it to them? No. Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what, start with Mr. Owens there.
Thank you.
This is the back? or the
Yes,
leather?
which is a black part.
That's the black part.
Yes. And then, so we're gonna put under, it is a backlit sign.
Backlit,
So we're gonna put on the surface like this.
okay. So what you're holding would be like the letters,
So, yes.
okay?
And this, okay, so this will be, oh, it's like, interesting.
Okay, well. All right.
And then some will be white and some will be orange?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the orange color with you?
Oh, no.
Is it, I wonder if it's the same as that strip mall in the front of it. We don't have the orange color for ramen. And then it looks like there's red in the emblem as well, like the chopsticks, and then there's red and orange. Do you have either of the red or the orange colors?
I'm sorry, I didn't bring the sample here.
No sample. Okay.
Yeah, so So they have, this client has 4 different stores in California, so they use all same color. So he wants to keep that same color.
Okay. Very good. Again, the panel, the back panel is going to be black, correct?
Yes, we're
Okay.
gonna paint it, yes.
All right.
We will use this HD, which is I gave you. Yeah, so we will use that one, and we will make the hole, and we'll paint on the top.
All right, so describe that again. So the backboard, the base of the sign, is it slots of metal?
No, actually,
it's-
we will use this material, which is HDU, and then we will make the hole, like.
Oh, so you will route out, you'll route the
Yes.
hole or route the, okay. So all right, I'm trying to.
So what he's asking, if you look at your screen, so see this part right here? How it looks like individual little pieces?
Yes,
Is that the way it's gonna be?
yes.
Individual little pieces up there.
Okay. Pieces of, I think aluminum, I would think, but maybe not.
Is that lit or is that just a material?
That is not lit.
Okay.
So only
That's the
lit part
letters.
is a white one, which is I gave you.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like there's lines in it.
I think it's a
It is for
slotted,
the sign lettering.
I think it's slotted. I think it actually has a slot between the.
What,
Is there a gap between the board? So is it?
Yes.
That piece stacked up against each other?
No, actually,
Big strips?
if you don't mind, could you display which is I gave you?
Okay.
which one?
The first permit.
You can click on it.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. So it's
Can
it's
you
a
sh-
solid piece of HDU routed.
Oh, so
Yeah,
that's,
you can see the right side, right? So
This is
as you
different.
can see, we can make the line.
oh,
Perfect.
HDU, okay. High density urethane, got it. And it's painted black. And it's routed out or something, okay.
So it'll give you a little bit of a detail and some depth to it because you'll see that. And
Okay,
yeah, so the back is going to be that piece that's laying on the desk, routed out with the slots in it. And then the letter is the other one that's mounted off of it just a touch with the light coming from behind.
Yes.
And do the slots have a color?
No, we're gonna, it is the same color, same
All
black.
black.
So it's all black? Okay.
So probably the rendering is making it look like there's white.
Yeah, it looks like there's a piece of aluminum and silver.
Yeah.
But it gives it movement, right? With
Yeah.
With the.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, and there's gonna be two signs?
Yes, sir, front and side.
Okay. All right,
Do we have a sample of the orange?
We don't,
color?
or
No?
the red.
Oh, you already asked that?
Yeah.
they said they have a couple restaurants in California, can you just, we're gonna see if you can Google,
I mean, there's this.
just to get us something, just to give us something close. Okay,
Is this the first restaurant for them outside of California?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
California is.
I cannot find any ones with the
There's-
black on it.
Yes.
wait, go back up.
Yeah, so
To
I
right.
told them, you know, like these,
Right.
we talked about these letters and they just weren't going to be in our area. I don't think it's really a true representation of how it's going to look because these are having light pushed through them. I mean, it's really, you know, unfortunately, we really should have had the colors, but I don't think it's, you know, a neon orange. I think it's more,
More muted.
yeah. I think it's more, almost, I would maybe like pumpkin, kind of, you know, that little deeper orange. I don't feel like it's a bright
Yes, we're gonna
orange.
use the Home Depot orange, yes.
We just want a yellow orange.
It's the orange of Home Depot?
Home Depot
Yeah,
orange.
it is the same as.
Okay, that's different. That's pretty bright orange. She said it's Home Depot's orange, basically.
Is that Lawrence Plants?
But again, it is, you know,
Color of your shirt?
No,
No? Because that would be okay.
yes.
you know, it's one part of the word. I mean, it is, you know, that's pretty bright, but
At least it's not yellow.
it's not yellow.
Are you comfortable looking at it, since we don't have a sample of it to?
Yeah, they'll need to get me a sample, but
It-
yeah, I can do it.
Subject to approval.
It appears to be subdued even on the menu that's online.
Well, they just mentioned it's the Home Depot orange.
I did
so-
hear that, but it doesn't appear to match what we're seeing.
Yeah, I don't think it does either.
No.
Always look at Home Depot.
Do you have a PMS number for it?
PMS number, wait a second.
It's not, there's not a lot of it, to be honest with you. I mean, you've got, the shoe repair place has a yellow
That's what I was
lettering,
looking at,
so,
the center, all the stuff on that center.
you know, you've got Urban Hardware, and you've got the UPS store, and you've got Charles Taylor, you got,
AJ's Cooking.
that's, well, that's down at the very end, yeah.
Yeah, that is Medallion Orange, number is 1459.
PMS 1459?
P 459. All right, Lauren's looking for it. Look up PMS 1459. Yes, see what you,
Home Depot or paint?
Okay, my Pantone chart is old and I don't, well, wait, hang on. 145,
Nine.
It's just gonna.
145, I don't have a 1459, so,
something close? 1458? There you go.
yeah.
Mandarin orange, okay.
So I think they're just gonna need to get me a sample of it and then I'll see if it needs toned down or if
So
we can.
if you possible, yes.
Okay, yeah, this looks
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, on the screen, perfect.
That's an old Pantone chart, but
Oh, okay. 16, there's
All right, Brett said he feels comfortable looking at the official color.
I think she
once-
might pick a color here off of this Pantone chart.
Oh, okay.
1665.
The chopsticks, you got chopsticks and then the,
That red little thing,
and then,
that other little thing is also orange.
is it orange or yellow?
Well, it says white, orange, and red right here, so I think it's orange.
All they make is a signature.
Not as good as that.
Right. This was the
White,
one.
red, oh, so that's red,
I,
okay.
I also think, well, I mean,
I
if
think
it's,
that one's better.
I do too, because they also have red. So I think that would make their red stand out better. Because, I mean, it looks more like that, but
So while everybody's looking at that, how soon will you be opening?
They're already,
They're ready?
yes.
I saw some workers inside there the other day, so they're ready to open, okay. We noticed that Starbucks had some outdoor furniture. Are you planning to have some outdoor dining areas?
We have no idea about that, yes.
No, so everything's going to be eat inside for right now? Okay. Like umbrella tables, umbrellas and chairs?
I think they're just the sun people.
I have no idea about that.
All right, very good. All right.
I'm ready to make a motion.
So,
Should we go?
Yes.
Motion.
Queen today, y'all. All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220186 Slurpin Ramen Bar, I move that we approve the signs as presented today, and the orange color shall be Pantone
1665.
1665 PC. End of motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Owens. And before I call for a vote, I'm going to call for, is there any public comment about this application? Anybody want to comment about this application? No. All right, no public comment. Very good. All right, any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Very good. Thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, did you get all your materials back? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, guys. We look forward to being there.
Okay, our next applicant is Peachtree Immediate Care. Come on down, please, or come on up. We'll let the Slurpin' Ramen folks
Did you get their flash drive, Brett?
collect everything.
I get it.
And that's for the next.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning and welcome. If you
Good
make
morning.
make
My
sure-
name is Tim Vaccaro. I'm with Placemaker Design Architects. This is Brian Colas, also from Placemaker Design Architects. We're here on behalf of Peachtree Immediate Care, who are looking at the building at 870 North Main Street. Should we go into any of the background of the conditional use or? Okay, so what we're here today to do, Peachtree Immediate Care will be taking over. It's a current IHOP, and that operator has released it to Peachtree Immediate Care, who is a Dock in a Box group here in Atlanta. So what we're here today to present is we would like to repaint the building to get it away from IHOP brand colors and to bring it onto Peachtree Immediate Care colors. We're going to swap out the awnings for the same reason as a condition of the conditional use permit that we had to get for Peachtree Immediate Care to operate there. We are enhancing and fixing some of the existing landscape that's out there.
Okay, walk us through.
Hang on one second, we're having some technical issues here. I can't get your zip file to open.
Well, that's not the,
Where's the?
yeah, they were on there when,
You got it, Tim? You can run the mouse there.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
And Mr. Vaccaro, you said you were going to repaint the building, and then I missed the other parts.
Change out the awnings that are currently on the building.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, no problem. The existing site, so to put you familiar with it, North Main Street is planned south. The Lowe's Shopping Center is behind it. So this is an out parcel site that's sitting there. I'm going to skip forward a couple slides to existing conditions. So building some red brick, some sort of gray taupey colored ephes with some blue backlit awnings. And it kind of gives you a little bit of the idea of the current landscaping around the building. Our desire is to repaint the building to whites and grays, again, on brand with Peachtree Immediate Care.
So Tim, hold it right there.
Yep.
In the legend schedule that's at the bottom right of that drawing that we're looking at right now, it says stained. You're staining the brick.
it's a concrete stain, so it's basically a porous paint. Brick is still allowed to breathe so that the paint won't fall off. It's just,
Because I've not had good luck with staining brick.
it's still a solid pigment, so it's
Okay.
basically like a breathable paint.
Is it acrylic or is it latex or is it oil-based?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Usually they're acrylic.
Yeah,
So
I believe
we
it's,
can confirm that.
yeah.
Okay.
But the idea is rather than paint, which tends to just peel over time, we were looking for a more durable material that
Okay.
is designed for masonry applications.
Correct.
And the reason I asked that, there's another facility on North Point Parkway that they did stain the brick, and after a few years now, it looks very blotchy. So the stain hasn't endured, hasn't weathered very well.
This shouldn't
Okay.
have that application to it. We've actually done it, there's a house in Roswell by the old bank that we had painted the brick with this concrete stain that has
Okay.
been at least 5 years with no issues.
All right, very good.
So I'll pass the material.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Yeah, once we take a look at that, once you take the elevation, kind of walk us through all the colors are on this.
Sure.
On that drawing, just so we,
I'm guessing the fabric is the awning. You want me to point to it? So
Correct.
this
Correct.
And the blue below it, we're replacing a fabric awning that's currently over the front door with a canopy.
Yeah, it was a vinyl awning, yeah.
Or vinyl.
What is currently there?
okay,
And that is also the color that we would IHOP currently has blue painted roofs. We would be painting it that darker blue to match the canopy as well.
all right. Okay,
That's our blue.
so us, start from the ground up, Tim or Brian, and,
Sure. From the ground, the kind of topier areas are the paved stone. It's in the bottom right of the sample board there.
okay?
And
Base.
then the main body above would be the white that is in the middle.
Katie, the
They're
white.
the Greek villa, correct?
Okay.
And then the only areas that we are using the gray accent are in the little medallions that we have on each of the existing EFIS medallions. So it's just a small pickup of one of their other prototype colors.
Do you mind to repeat the color of the white? Did you say?
Sure, Greek villa.
Greek villa.
Yes.
Villa, not creek.
Greek.
Greek. Anyone else?
Okay,
Touch it?
very good, yes.
Fun to touch it.
Now let's touch them.
All right. I noticed for IHOP, they currently have on the standing seam metal roof areas, they are lighting that up.
Correct.
Are you leaving that?
I believe we are leaving those fixtures.
Okay.
Just on that center roof.
Okay, very good. And then, how about, there's two other elements. You've got the dumpster area or the dumpster enclosure. What are you doing there?
It would be painted to match the paved stone color.
The which color?
The darker.
Okay,
Darker gray.
very good. And then how about your existing monument sign that has a brick base?
It would be the same paved stone color.
Okay, very good. And then I noticed there is another Peachtree Immediate Care Facility in Alpharetta. It's on Haynesbridge Road.
Yes.
How about signage? Where are you proposing to put signage on this building?
They are-
Not that we are looking at it today, but,
Right, yeah, it's not, they'll come back with that, but I believe on the side right, let's see here, on the Main Street elevation, they are looking to kind of put their signage there.
okay. Just one sign then?
Yes, just one sign there, but potentially if they are able to, I believe they would want a sign over their front entry door as well, a
Okay.
smaller scale sign.
Very good. And then, are you doing anything with the glass windows? Because some of those may end up being, I guess,
Within exam rooms and things. They'll have, most of them will have blinds on them.
Okay.
I believe we do, when we get to the interior fit up, there might be some windows that would be screened on the interior, but they are on the backside facing Lowe's. Everything should be clear glass we're not proposing any spandrel glass. I don't know about signage for graphics on windows. That would be something they would have to apply for separately. But as far as we're concerned, everything is clear glazing into the space.
And what color blinds would they be, do you know?
It's just, I believe that their prototype uses fog, which is basically a light gray.
Isn't there other buildings striped awnings?
It looks like,
We don't want, but we
No,
don't
that's
want
just the
striped
black
awnings.
line of our software. It's still the same white windows that are there. So the Greek villas
It's a
are
very
pretty
blue
close match to it.
awning corner with Lowe's and then the car place all have blue, various shades of blue.
let me see. Brett, just curious, can you take us to the Peachtree Intermediate Care on Haynesbridge Road? Kind of next to near Tom Shane, in front of, is that Joanne Fabrics? And thank you.
That's where I got my COVID test done,
Okay,
back in 2020, whatever it was.
there you go, yeah.
I did.
Where's Haynes
Shocked.
Road go?
That was
There
good.
it
I convinced myself
Right.
I had it.
Best, yeah, right in front of Best Buy there.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yep, boom.
Yeah, that's not their current prototype colors, but,
Okay.
Yeah, they don't have any on
No
this.
worries. Thanks.
All right, very good. Thanks for that. Thanks for,
You know what I'm thinking?
because
of
that's
this
another one of their
white
facilities.
building
Those are the colors you're using?
No.
Where McDonald's used to be.
Yeah.
Different company.
Katie mentioned they may have striped awnings on that building.
different
But the car place next door has the striped
Where
awnings.
McDonald's burned
correct?
down, that pharmacy.
That's a blue awning and blue roof
That's the North Fulton compounding. Okay.
with Lowe's and then the car place.
The oil change place with, you know, the blue awnings.
And doesn't the
Lowe's.
car place though have the striped awnings? They're
I think
now
they
very
do
faded.
have a striped awning over one.
Center,
Yeah.
Sorry, I
and they're all
scrolled.
very,
Wrong-
very
wrong
faded.
business.
So, because I drove, because I
Once,
was
we'll give you
looking and I
once.
was like, there's a lot of blue around here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a lot of blue out.
In that,
Out in
that
that
one
area.
area, yeah.
And I apologize if I missed it, there's, the metal awning over that main door, the cabled awning there, what color is that gonna be, or is it just gonna be left?
Blue as well. It's
it
the
would be
blue
that,
metal.
that blue
It's on
metal
that
sample that's on that board.
Did I miss that?
Who's got the board? Oh,
We actually have
Tom,
the
you,
physical.
Same,
sample.
it's the same as the roof.
Tom, you want to hold up?
Somebody forgot their window
I saw it.
in front of Pat.
Thank you.
Somebody left their window sample.
Oh, they did, didn't they?
Yeah, that was the, first week.
Okay, very good. All right, any other questions about the exterior elevations of indoor materials?
In the pictures, it shows that there's, a couple of benches out there. Are y'all keeping those benches, getting rid of them? And the way it is right now, on either side of the front door, there are two blue benches and a blue trash can.
I don't know for sure to say. My guess would be we would probably get rid of them.
That's just kind of the pop-up parapet there. That's a faux, it's right there above that. That's a metal roofing, stainless steel metal roof on top of that. Yes, from the side view. Okay. All right, any other, how about landscaping? What's happening with some of the existing
So
landscaping?
for landscaping, we are cleaning up, pruning. I think there's some cleanup that's needed to be done out there, so we're going to have that addressed. There are a few things that we are adding per some comments we'd received. So we're adding a couple of trees along the shopping center side to sort of put in the streetscape look. We have a couple of interior trees that have died that we're replacing. So there's two trees in landscape islands there. We're enhancing along the front, along Main Street with some muhly grass and jasmine, I believe, down low. We are putting in some material to better screen the dumpster enclosure. So we've got some things that we're planning on three sides of that. And then the rest is, like I said, basically just maintenance and a little bit of infill to get us back up to code.
Okay, very good. Are you changing out any of the site lighting fixtures or anything? Okay, so that's remaining. All right. You did mention, I guess you're replacing some of the rooftop units.
No.
There will be new rooftop units, but they are smaller and will be completely screened from the road.
A lower profile.
Yes, yeah, because they had a much higher cooling need for the kitchen and areas, and being just a full medical office, the units are much smaller, shorter, so they'll be on the same things and under the existing parapet height.
Okay, very good.
Brett, can you pull up Main Street? I want a street view from Main Street, please.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
That's our chauffeur
Anyway,
this morning.
My reasoning is, you've got all these existing trees out there. I'm not so sure that your plant selection's gonna survive under shaded.
Well, there's no existing trees, I would say.
I see
as
I see
DOT
existing trees
along
from
the
birch,
street.
Oak, they're all existing according to this drawing.
I think they're all been gone by
Oh,
DOT.
I'll let DOT. Seriously?
Yeah, I want to say that most all of this is gone. There may be some of these that are sitting down in back. This is from 17. Let's see what we can get here.
Yes.
Yeah, so down the hill, you've got a couple, but everything up here is gone.
Barren.
What about that metal railing around that monument sign too?
So existing, a lot of the material they're calling out is existing. No, Asiatic jasmine, it's everything near the front. Okay. Richard, what do you think?
Richard Owens.
Not you, Kramer.
You gotta go by our last name instead of our first name.
They're addressing that area, and it appears to be more interesting than what was previously there.
I just think there's a little too much deciduous. All that muhly grass in the wintertime is gonna go away. But,
Well, you've got,
yeah,
most of the things in there are evergreen, if you're talking about North Main Street.
Well, I mean, should it mimic what's down here on Quick Trip?
That's what I was trying to get down to see if we could, yeah, so that's Quick Trips. The thing with this one is they've got the big hill that they're, we don't know what DOT, I'm just about gonna bet that there's gonna be a big concrete wall there.
Like a bear, instead of a,
be there already.
One of those
So they haven't
yucky,
worked through this area yet.
they haven't gotten that far north, or at least,
one of those yucky-looking walls.
That's
Yeah.
so ugly.
That's what I'm gonna bet's coming.
So has DOT acquired any easement or right to do that? Usually they acquire easements.
I honestly have no idea. We're here representing the tenant. Who
Okay.
just wants to repaint the building to be on brand, and we got some landscape comments from council.
Yeah.
That we've addressed, and
Okay.
yeah, I can't, like I say, I can't say for sure, so.
I mean,
I know DOT, from Trey looking at it, said there was still silt fencing out front that.
Yeah.
That's
they've
basically
gone
what he
through.
designed.
I almost hate to,
DOT's put in walls or retaining walls that don't retain anything.
yeah.
well, the,
I hate to say it, but I almost think we just gotta let North Main go for now. Maybe we can make a motion that when the project's done, if there's room, that we readdress North Main Street landscaping,
That's the note I've been putting in my drawings.
kind of thing, because who knows with DOT?
and that
We have
could
no
be,
idea.
how much,
One, you don't want to plant something and then have them.
And they're gonna
cut,
tear it
too.
right back out, so.
and how far out in advance are we talking about for that? Is that like 2024?
Well, it's DOT.
Well, they're supposed to be done by mid-5, so next
So
year and a
7.
half, they should be done.
Okay,
Should be.
year and a half, or 2 years?
2.5 years, sorry.
So,
Holy
for
smokes.
a condition, is that,
But the
approved on
rocks, the
condition
walls
that
should be up
if
before
they
then.
change,
Yeah,
we're up to
I think
that.
so.
I would say work with staff, if there's, available, yeah, something like that, you can craft something. And I don't think the tenant will probably have an issue with that, even, I would guess the landlord probably wouldn't,
I was gonna say it's probably more of a landlord thing, but
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, if they put these walls in like they've done on South Main, you won't even see the monument
Not even
sign.
see the monument sign.
Well, and yeah, because on the other side, we'll have walls too, won't they? Because they're
Walls.
go down into a gully
Yeah,
also,
they
right?
draw-
They go down, but not as far as this one, so I don't know, but they took all the trees out across the street, so.
I mean,
Okay.
it's gonna be, can we
Okay.
change it from Main Street to Wall Street? Let's call that
Ugly Wall Street,
Ugly Wall Street.
It's not the financial Wall Street you're talking about.
yeah.
They're so ugly.
Okay. All right, anything else? Is there any public comment about this application while we're on the topic? No public comment. All right, very good. All right, somebody want to craft a motion or motions, please?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 220033, I submit a motion that we approve the materials and colors that have been presented today. And regarding any planting on the perimeter where it impacts North Main Street, that we address that at a future date when all that comes together. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Owens, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor?
I just want to make sure that it's in the motion that, or in the notes, that the dumpster enclosure and the brick-based monument will be the pavestone painted color. I'd also like to see the blue benches and the blue trash cans removed.
Okay, I think the applicant mentioned all that, so I think that's,
Can you repeat the last part of your comment about the benches and the trash
I'd
can?
like to see the blue benches that are currently outside IHOP and the blue trash can be removed.
Okay.
okay, very good. Any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Very good.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, our next applicant is, I may mispronounce this, Maru Restaurant? Maru Japanese
Okay.
Restaurant.
Just put that on your title sheet.
You come on down, please, or come on up.
Hey, I'll take your thumb drive, and then you can run it with that mouse out there.
All right, very good. Welcome this morning.
All right, thank you.
And if you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself, and then give us an overview of what we have in our application this morning, please.
Okay. All right, my name is Charles Askew. I'm the project manager for the architectural group, representing the Samurai Group Restaurant LLC.
Okay.
Morning, Charles.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Pat.
This is still morning, right?
Yes, still morning. It's a warm, wet, dreary morning, but we're still,
We're happy to be here.
yes. Okay.
All right, so I'm trying to get,
Maybe you start with the lands, or the site plan, and give us an overview of what's happening with the site first.
okay. Am I controlling this? now?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
So just open up whichever one you want, and then,
Oh, shoot, sorry.
Got a squirrely mouse.
It keeps jumping around.
Yeah.
It's a different mouse than your.
Okay, all right. So I'll just scroll through the next page. All right, so the Maru Restaurant, it's a Japanese themed restaurant. It'll be a 2-story. It sits at 2500 North Point Court. It's currently a restaurant. It used to be a Pizza Hut, but now it's we plan on demolishing the whole building and coming back with a 2-story structure.
And sir, do you mind to tell us your first and last name, please?
First name is Charles, last name Askew.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Okay. So the site plan is next. It shows the existing building along with pictures of how it looks right now. The shaded area is roughly 4,106 square feet. We intend on demolishing the entire building. It currently has 71 parking spaces. By the time we add our landscaping features and increase the square footage of the new building, we're down to about 67 new parking spaces. The next slide shows. All right. So the next slide shows where we are making our increases at, as far as like the impervious additions. They're totaling, it'll end up totaling 4,885 square feet. which is below the 5,000 square foot threshold before it triggers the land disturbance, needing a land disturbance permit. And so this is, and this site plan roughly shows how we shifted. We got rid of the existing 4 handicap spaces, and we had to shift them down towards the south side of the lot.
Can you take your cursor just to show us where the existing spaces were and where you moved them to? Okay.
Okay, so the existing spaces were, and the mouse keeps jumping around, but the existing spaces were in this area where the mouse is hovering.
All right.
And I can show you, and the existing site plan shows where the existing spaces were.
Okay.
And so the next slide shows how we end up, we're going to eventually cover that area with a garden feature to satisfy some of the landscaping requirements for the North Point overlay.
Okay.
All right, and our next slide actually shows the landscaping concept plan. And I have Miss Sarah Spencer here, who worked.
Sarah, if you want to hang on just a second, I think it might work better if we go through the building first, and then come back to the landscape.
Okay.
Let's go back. I'll tell you what, if you'll go back to the site plan, just to kind of tell us where the new dumpster or the existing dumpster location is going to occur and anything else that's kind of site related.
Okay. All right. So we currently, there's an existing dumpster, enclosed dumpster in this area.
Right. Is there a way you can zoom in on that a little bit or enlarge that?
You want me to get it since that one's jumping around?
Well,
I'll get it.
I can.
Oh, so there are 2 mouses running this?
Yeah.
They're fighting each other. Okay, there we go.
Okay. So the current dumpster, an enclosed dumpster, is in this area. We plan on keeping the dumpster exactly where it's at. It's screened in currently with a brick.
Okay.
And so that feature did not change on the site.
All right, very good. Anything else that kind of either changing, or how about your site lighting, for instance, the parking lot lighting? Is that changing? Is that?
Yes, we intend on, all right, we do have site lighting. We're currently still
working on that?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Okay, and then the stormwater detention system you're using, you're leaving it?
Yes.
Not changing that?
We are leaving it, and however, we did discover that there are some ponding issues that we need to address on the south side of the lot. Currently, over the past couple of days, it's been raining kind of hard, and
a lot, yeah.
Yes, and we've contacted Southern Hydrovac. The back side of the parking lot is flooded. I mean, it's ponding.
Can you show us on this site plan where that's happening, just so we're?
Okay. In this area.
So that's where it's flooding now. The parking lot's flooding is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where's actually the stormwater detention, or where's the pond right now?
The pond.
It's a common pond with the mall.
Oh,
That's the one in between like Chick-fil-A and.
I think it's right. Isn't it?
No,
Let's
it's at the mall.
Oh.
Well, I don't think we need to worry about stormwater and all that.
Okay.
It's
All right,
it's being addressed in that pond.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We currently have an existing trees that's traveling down both North Point Court and also North Point Drive. We intend on keeping those trees, and also adding some litter bins to help address some of the streetscaping requirements for the North Point overlay. And also, we would also like to add lights as well.
Lights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lights, and what else did you say?
Litter bins, like trash cans.
Oh, okay. And where are you doing that on the site?
We plan on putting them in between the trees, like
So you're putting some sort of walkway lighting or pedestrian lighting?
Pedestrian lighting.
Okay.
Yes.
Like low pedestrian lighting, and then some trash cans,
Yes, sir.
all right?
Yes.
And is that, all right, do you have have you shown where those are?
Well, we have, in the landscape architectural plan, we intend on showing it to you, presenting
Okay,
it to you.
all right, very good. We'll talk about that when we get the landscaping then, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anybody else have any site questions for Charles?
Is there any outdoor storage or anything like that?
Currently, existing, yes, we intend on tearing it down, but in the new build back, we will not have any outside storage.
Okay, nothing back of kitchen, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, before we get to landscaping, why don't we talk about the building?
Okay.
Architecture.
All right. I can go to the next slide.
Please give my compliments to your illustrator for these images.
Oh, thank you.
Do you want to,
I'll zoom out.
Oh, while you're getting there, one of the highlights you mentioned in your description was the right to add a drive-through.
Oh.
Is that are you looking to have a drive-through?
No, sir. No, not at all.
Okay.
This will actually, we will only be serving dinner at this location.
Okay.
And it won't be a drive-through, so that's.
All right, very good. Okay. All right, let's talk about the building architecture.
so this floor plan will help you orient yourself a little bit. He's got North Point Court, which is the street between the old Wendy's and this building. And then North Point Drive is the main one that goes back to the mall. So I had him do a little floor plan basically with the streets on there to show you kind of how the building is going to lay out. So they got good pedestrian access from both basically to the main part of the building.
Okay. Brett, where's the front door? As a patron, where would I enter the restaurant?
Right there on North Point Court.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, sorry. Right here where my mouse is at, that's the front door.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay. All right. So this drawing it shows the first floor, which is roughly 4,888 square feet. The lavender looking color is the kitchen. The peach color it'll be a bar where people can come and get drinks. The light green area is the sushi bar, where people can actually sit at the sushi bar, and it'll be a chef with almost like a hibachi style grill towards the end, where my mouse is like hovering. The rooftop, in my next couple of slides, you'll see where we plan on placing the HVAC rooftop unit, which will be located over the kitchen area.
Charles?
Yes.
Sorry to go backwards. So the kitchen area is where, as shown on the site plan?
All right. Let me go back to it.
That'll work too, if you can, or, yeah, whatever.
Okay. The kitchen area will be located where the mouse is hovering over.
Okay. So there's a door that comes off of that has to connect up to a sidewalk that goes to the dumpster, right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Okay. So the light blue color shows the fenestration, and I have in the elevation I will show how we have achieved more than 25% fenestration along the North Point Court public street and the North Point Drive street. So it's everywhere you see a blue oval is where the fenestration occurs. All right, and this is something that I'm proud of. It's like an accomplishment that just happened yesterday.
Health Department approval, yay.
Wow.
Yeah, we got,
Nice.
Does that take a long time?
How long did it take?
Wow.
3 days.
Who works the magic?
Jeez.
Is that part of Fulton County?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. There's people gonna wanna hire you.
Merry Christmas, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever did that for you, let me know who that is.
Okay.
all right. Okay, and so the second floor shows how, it shows a couple things. One, over the kitchen, it will not be a two-story space. That's where we plan on housing the rooftop unit. But over to the right, you will see how we plan on creating like a mezzanine type effect with the center of the restaurant being open to below. So basically, it'll be seating going around the edges or the sides of the building, and with like VIP private rooms as well. And it'll also be like two restrooms upstairs for like unisex men and women. So that's the second floor layout.
So you said the second floor just borders the outside, basically?
Yes, sir.
Down there where the restrooms are, you don't need another stair? Just curious. It's longer than 20 feet, dead end corridor. Oh, well,
Right.
I'll let you figure that out.
Okay, yes. We're currently, we're also like looking at life safety
Yes.
issues as well. All right. The next slide shows the roof plan, the proposed roof plan, and how it will work. So the space over the kitchen, as I mentioned, is not a two-story space, but we do plan on placing the rooftop unit over the kitchen.
So you're going to have, you're going to have one rooftop unit to condition both floors,
Yes, sir.
and then you'll have the kitchen exhaust to it up there, right?
Right.
Make sure you separate those two. You don't want the kitchen exhaust being sucked back in as part of the condition there.
Okay. All right. I'll make a note of that.
Okay.
All right. The next slide shows the fenestration and my calculations. This is on the North Point Court elevation side. The blue oval shows the where we intend on putting glass and along with the doors. So we had a surface area of about 1,006 square feet, and after you subtract the surface area of the windows, that was like 382 square feet.
Okay.
On the
Charles, can you zoom in on that, or whoever's got control, can you just zoom in a little bit for us to?
And just for the board, he's talking about the fenestration. That's one of the big things in the North Point overlay is a minimum 25% fenestration on street facings. So that's why I've told him, you're close. So it's not like a strip center or an open thing where we've got a lot of glass all the way around. So let's just highlight, how open the building really is, kind of thing.
Right.
So you're showing the areas in the blue ovals are where there's glass?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Because, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out, once we get to talking about the exterior elevations and materials, I was trying to figure all that out, where everything is.
Okay. All right.
So,
Ready to go to the next page?
Yes.
I might be able to do it easier for you.
All right. And this is the elevation, the fenestration going along the North Point Drive street. Everywhere is blue. You see.
So it
glass.
looks like, Charles, on this elevation, you've got kind of in the center of the building on the ground floor, yes, right there, you've got fenestration. And there looks like there's an identical feature directly above it for the second floor. Is there not fenestration there then?
Yes, it did, but I was reading through the.
It says ground floor.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
Right.
but there is fenestration up there too as well?
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yes, well, I highlighted these for my calculation
gotcha.
purposes.
All right.
Next page?
Yes, next
Okay.
page. Also, one feature that I wanted to like show, or highlight, even this is more like, I think it's a Japanese theme, but we're not just putting windows. We're like creating like mullions in front of the windows, and we plan on using like cedar wood also.
Okay.
So
In fact,
So this will help you if you showing your materials and stuff and kind of walking around or whatever. That'll make it easier for you.
this is a good elevation and rendering to look at. So walk us through from ground up the different materials, because it looks like you've got some samples in front of you of where everything is or happening.
And is this the North Point Court view or the,
Right, this is the North Point Court elevation.
okay.
Oh, who's,
Sorry.
all right, there. Let's stay with that elevation right there.
Okay.
And maybe, again, can you zoom in just a little bit, make it, whoever's
Okay.
got control of the monitor.
I'll try and get it where you see the materials and the building. Like
There we go, okay.
that. I don't get the descriptions, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Oh,
Okay.
Actually,
Go ahead.
can I run and, I'm sorry, I actually got my paint samples.
Yeah, yeah,
bag.
go ahead.
Yes, please, we'd like to see those too.
Thatch fence.
Hmm?
This looks like a thatch fence,
It does, doesn't it?
bamboo or thatch or something.
Let me start with
Well,
either.
you can start with Mr. LeCain right there. He'll pass them along. If there's,
All right, so number 3 is actually, all right, starting from the ground up.
okay?
All right, let's start with number 3. So from the ground up, we have like, we're using a lot of cedar wood on this project.
They're the same, so just take one for yourself and
Okay.
snowball.
They're all the same, so.
Smell good.
So everywhere where you see number 3, that's where we intend on using cedar. We have a bench outside in the courtyard. We're also gonna use like cedar in front of the windows for like the mullions. We're using 3 cedar along the fascia.
Quick question,
Yes,
you're using this as a bench,
yes. Well, the structural, like, wood.
so somebody will sit on this? It's just very like splintery, I'm just curious.
Okay. Well,
I don't think it'll be that.
Like really
It'll be
smooth.
cedar wood, yes, but it'll be sanded.
You won't,
They use like a faux wood that's not, so I'm just curious.
you won't be sitting long.
No. Okay, thanks.
And is the cedar, is it gonna be natural or stained?
Stains.
Cedar.
Stained.
Yes.
Okay, and you have some color samples of the stain somewhere?
That I don't.
Is it a natural, like this color, or are you changing the color?
But we wanted it to be natural, a natural cedar.
Like a
So
clear
probably
coat
maybe
sort of?
just a clear coat.
Then it
Stain.
turns gray.
Yes.
Clear coat, okay.
All right.
Yeah, it looks like a clear coat.
It's gonna turn gray.
It'll turn gray?
All right. Number
Fence.
1,
You see a fence, turns gray.
it'll be a finished stucco look. It's the same color in the color swatch that I presented to you all.
All right, which number was that one then?
1.
Number 1, okay. So that's primarily on the second floor
Right.
and maybe some areas on the first floor that has some stucco. Okay,
Yes. Yeah, every portion of the elevation that's white is the white stucco finish.
okay. All right, got that.
So number 4, is, I'm sorry, all right. Well, on a different elevation, we're using hardy board siding, and the color swatch that the gray color that I presented to y'all, yes, that'll be the siding color.
All right, so which number is that?
That's actually number 5, but it doesn't occur on this elevation. It's,
Okay, how about there behind the cars?
KitchenAid.
I'm sorry.
Is that
Yes,
the hardy plank?
yes, that should be number 5.
All right.
Sorry.
Charles, on that face, are you using a composite board to divide the hardy plank?
Yes, we are.
And
It'll be similar to like a trim board like this.
so the hardy plank is, you're using it as like a siding, correct?
Yes.
It's layered, okay. All right, and then you're gonna have some vertical faux mullions or vertical accents
Yes.
out of that, okay.
Running vertical to like separate and divide.
And is it gonna be that wide?
It can probably be like.
Because it looks like it's probably about half that width.
Yes.
You certainly can you'll get a different effect depending on the width of that.
Yes, I think we'll probably go down to like a 1x2.
Okay.
Looking at this elevation straight on to our right, it looks like, is that bamboo painted in there, behind those red signs?
It's behind.
Down here.
Where that's white? Yeah, no, behind the
Up
white,
in
yeah,
here?
right there.
No, those are going to be like the similar, like cedar mullions.
Like right next to each other? Or
Yes.
it looks like there's 2 different textures, actually.
It almost looks like there's a lattice or something. You using kind of doing a lattice? Maybe I'm.
Yeah, what is that white?
This area right here.
Oh, this should be glass. I think it's that's glass behind the.
That's glass?
Yes, that's part of the fenestration.
So it's like windows?
Yes. Well, you can't like open them, but yes, it's window.
So it's like white windows?
No, I think this is more like the rendering, how it just like ended up showing the reflection.
Okay.
How much separation do you
That's not
have
gonna look like that, because it's the
between the
rendering,
glass
so it can't look that way.
and the wood pieces? Am I reading that correctly, that you've got a separation there so that
Then there's this too.
the glass is all exposed, but you have the wood?
This is hard to.
Yes, sir. We are still in the construction documents phase.
No.
We have.
I
So
don't.
y'all are.
Pinpointed it yet.
Okay, and then just since we're on this one, so then the second story, is that just like a layer painted, or is that a natural wood? Yeah, is that wood to make look like windows?
So it's the same effect. It's actually windows up top as well.
Those are windows with wood over them?
Right. It's the same like treatment
Same look, okay.
all throughout the building.
So will that look be on the bottom level and just the rendering is messed up?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to grasp what it's gonna actually look
Yeah.
like.
And then the area to the right on the first floor there, is that like a bar area?
It's open. Right. The area to the right is more like an outside like a courtyard. It's not a bar. You won't be served at that area, but the windows behind it do open up.
The windows.
If you're sitting on the inside of that space, those windows will open up. They're like open now, but if you're sitting on the outside,
These windows right here, these are windows open.
yes,
So it's an open space to the interior.
yes. But if I'm sitting on the outside, I'm not being served outside. I'm just waiting to be.
So those windows open and there's tables right there, correct?
Yes, on the inside. But
On the inside, so you could, all right, you could talk to the folks. You could
Yes.
talk to the people on the outside, right? Or
Right, that's
people on the inside, okay,
yes.
all right. That's that area I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We also have at the base of the building, we plan on using like a stack stone.
Okay.
Sample. It's kind of heavy. I don't know if y'all.
I think you, yeah, just.
No, you just,
Yeah, it's
yep,
beautiful.
All right.
or just put that on the ground and keep it propped up there, there you go. So where, in the rendering we're looking at, where is the stacked stone area?
You can see it under here. under the, under
Okay.
there, and it goes all around the building, all the way around, right, Charles?
Right, that's correct.
You can see it mostly right there.
So there's stacked stone there, all right, and that's the, okay, you showed us the sample. And then to the left of the stacked stone area, there appears to be a low fence or railing there with maybe some bamboo or, what's that?
That's the future garden spots.
Yes. That's a feature that we are currently working on with our landscape architect. But we initially wanted it to be like a bamboo fence.
That's a traditional like Japanese like
Garden?
garden like decoration around the buildings.
Okay.
Will it be occupied for anything other than like a park space where there's maybe a bench to sit in there, or will it be eating in there or anything like
There
that?
we go. Oh, here's the park space.
How they preserve it, it's like
As I zoom in now.
you bring the food outside. It's more like if you connect to the building, it's much more easier to serve the food.
If it becomes a patio space, then you have to put a tree out there, and I'm not sure how that.
We can do some landscaping in that area.
Just,
I think it's more just an amenity.
okay.
We need y'all,
Yeah.
don't they need
Once
to be on
he
a
clicks
microphone?
over
We're just
to
talking- they
patio
need to be on a
space, and you have to have
microphone,
like a
don't they?
shade
We're just
tree.
talking from the.
Actually,
No, we don't have to get to it yet.
Pat, actually, that has some stones out in that area. It looks like it's a gravel area with stones.
Picture what it
rocks.
probably is.
It reflects.
Any water feature?
Sand swept garden space with stone. If you're gonna
Water pond would be kind of cool. Anyway.
Okay. And we'll get,
So look, this is a traditional Japanese.
No fish.
See how they have these,
No koi, no
I don't know
bone.
what they call it, these slats.
Okay, I think we need to,
Get off.
I think we need to move to another side of the building so we can keep going here.
there is there was a mention of an artificial ornamental tree somewhere, so we'll talk about that when we get to landscaping.
Real quick though, what is the, is that a marble? I think it's probably number 6, maybe?
The
Right.
the patio floor.
And then do you have a sample of number 4?
All right, number 4 will, today, no, it'll be here. It's coming from,
Is it this color, or is it, it's black or?
it is black.
Okay.
And I have pictures of it in a couple slides down.
Okay, and then is number 6, is that gonna be like a slick, or is that gonna be like a rough kind of texture?
It's gonna be a rough texture.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Okay. All right, I guess we can go to the next slide. All right. So basically, we have features similar to the front side. 5 is a little bit more prominent, showing the hardy board siding and how we plan on
So,
treatment.
Charles, the front is over here. This is the North Point Drive side, correct?
Yes, correct.
So this is parking lot side,
Yes.
That faces the La Quinta.
faces the hotel, yep,
La
yep.
Quinta.
That's fun to say.
La Quinta. For years I said La Quinta.
Okay.
Right. And as you can see, we are treating like each window is the same with these mullions in front. That's the detail that we're working on.
Okay.
As far as like this.
Do you have any photos of like that detail, what you're gonna want it to look like in the end?
No, the renderings are as close as that we have on the
So
slide.
it's gonna be like a shutter kind of thing applied to the outside?
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Or hand it, yes, there you go. Thank you.
You want more like the rendering, like you just like have the stripes along the windows or cover the windows actually, so you can see the feel how it's pretty much like the rendering there.
So you're gonna see light through them.
We won't block as much as we can to block light through it, so that's what the intention. And also, that's a traditional like the style of Japanese buildings looks like.
And they're permanent, right? I mean, they don't move or.
No, yeah.
One of the misgivings I have about this is that this is not going to be more publicly visible from major places, because this is marvelous.
Okay.
This is very nicely done to present what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That, it looks like, I guess, is that like a little Juliet balcony there?
Right.
Is that, are those doors, are those doors or are they windows?
It's a window.
Decoration is not just for the that's more for the decoration purpose.
So I'm guessing they all open for fire code purposes, but the intention is not to open them.
No.
No, they shouldn't open for fire code, right?
They should open.
What, the windows?
Not for a business.
You don't have to.
Only doors?
Yeah,
They're
you don't
not
need to open
doors.
windows.
Windows.
As long as they're, okay.
Okay, and then on that, where the gable area is on the right-hand side, that's stucco, and then I assume those are cedar strips or
Yes.
that kind of break up the stucco areas into panel-wise to kind of make it look like it's panels?
Right, that's correct. It's almost not quite a board and batten type look.
Okay.
Similar to it.
Again, but those are cedar strips of some sort, correct?
Right, that's correct.
Okay.
So those materials all tie together as far as the
Yes.
shutters,
Right.
for lack of a better word? Okay.
Yes.
And then the trim board all above that, is that all cedar as well?
Right, that's correct.
It's
So,
underneath that eave?
yes, the under the fascia and eave.
Okay.
That's correct.
A lot of staining to do.
I mean, long-term, I mean, do you expect that you'll just let it go natural, or that you'll keep them sealed and
Well, the plan would be to maintain it and to continue to clean them. Yes.
I'd have to say, unless they're on top of their maintenance, it's gonna turn gray. The sun's gonna,
That's my concern. There's a lot going on here. You've got a lot of different materials and colors and staining and trimming and, painting.
Okay.
Just a lot of painting.
Okay.
okay. All right, any other questions about this elevation rendering side?
Have we gotten to?
I have a question.
Remember that elevation?
Charles, tell us about this.
I don't know what that elevation is.
What's, is this a rendering issue, or is there some sort of a fence
So,
barrier right there at the parking lot, or?
well, right. I think, currently it's it's a landscaping feature that we plan on. That's some shrubbery.
So it'll be shrubbery, so it's part of the landscape, we'll address that at landscape, okay.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, it was black, I've not seen, so I thought maybe it was.
It looks like boxwood.
What?
Get your badge checked.
Looks like a hedge to me.
Yeah, because
It's hedge. There's some sort of hedge.
Sorry.
All right.
Okay. All right, let's look at another elevation or another side of the building.
Sorry, Brett. I was just like,
Yeah, I'm like
I wasn't sure what you were looking at.
tore up here.
And,
okay.
and while we're looking at that, the Japanese wave roof tiles, is that like a clay tile or are those metallic?
It's a
It's more like clay top, yeah.
It's a clay tile, okay,
It's glazed though. It's got a sheen, it's got a,
okay.
I'm gonna have that sample shipped out from Japan. I'm probably gonna receive around 20s. So by the time I present it to you guys, if you need to see how it looks, views.
yeah, color especially.
Yeah, it's more like.
It looks really cool in the photo image.
Yes, it does. Okay,
Is it gray? Is it black? Is it?
Okay. All right. This is a different perspective from the North Point Court street side, where it shows more of the the hardy board siding and how we treat the area on top of it, along with the stack stone at the base around the back. So this area where my mouse is hovering near is the kitchen side. Which,
okay, that's kind of the back, what I would call back of house.
So, Charles, tell us, these individual spaces like this,
Right.
what's that size? What's this?
This currently, all right, the scale is off in the rendering.
Okay.
But ideally, it would be the 1x8 size.
So you're using, so this is just lap siding,
yes.
but split with these uprights?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those uprights are that. Those are the uprights, right?
Right.
Splits, if you will.
But,
He said narrower, he said probably 2-inch wide.
yes.
So how often are you gonna split it? You think like 2 feet, 3 feet,
It's more like 3 feet.
3 feet?
Yes.
So it'll have sort of a shutter look to it, although they won't be shutters, but, because you'll have lap siding, it'll be like a closed shutter.
Yes.
Each one of them, sort of, is what I'm thinking. That
I guess, here are the doors.
Yeah, okay.
And then the stone base.
Side
I
the
guess,
same.
I guess it's right here behind that. They're kind of cool doors.
There it is, right there, yeah.
It feels like those should be something else.
What's the,
This area, to me, seems to be pretty big.
we were just talking.
Okay, yes.
What's your intent here of making that?
Like,
It should be on the water.
It's because of like the balance of how the structure looks.
Okay,
Like most clothes has like traditional like building styles.
okay.
In the water.
At the other side, we make, so that's why we tend to get more.
Yeah, so to have this flat spot up here, you gotta have this to, okay.
Yeah, to balance really how the feel it looks.
I'm just gonna tell you right off from a code enforcement side, my guys are gonna make sure that that's always clear too. So your kitchen staff, that's not a, hey, roll out the mop bucket, roll out the, stuff that's not being used right there because it's undercover and it's an area. So it's, yeah, you need to make sure it stays that way. Yeah, yeah.
That's where Sarah can create another Japanese garden.
She could. Yeah, she could.
So those are,
Well, just rock and sand.
Well, where's the grease? The grease.
before we move on to the grease, those posts, tell me about those posts, the post base,
Right.
the material underneath there, it looks like grass, and then moving up to flagstone.
right. So the posts are going to be 6 by 6 cedar posts to go along with it. Yes, and be probably resting on top of a concrete base with a Simpson 6 by 6 post base.
So is that the Home Depot deck support?
Yeah, that's what
Or
they
is
look.
that something that's custom built for this? Because it looks like the Home Depot deck support that,
Yeah,
The little elephant foot thing. I think they should wrap it in the same as the building base.
The stone.
I mean, lineally,
Yes.
with the building, I don't mind there being something minimalist at the bottom of it, personally. I don't know if wrapping it really works. Maybe it does. Maybe it's wrapping that same stone that's there. I just don't think it needs to be the Home Depot specials.
well,
Definitely not.
if you turn the corner and look at the other rendering, one of those is gonna be taken out by a car.
Yeah, I
Pulling
looked at
into
that.
the parking
That's a little
space.
error in the. And are there rain chains you've got shown as well?
Sorry, say it again.
Is that, so on the corners of there's a rain
Yeah,
chain?
that's the one of the things like the Japanese for the garters, like.
Right.
Yes,
That's a downspout.
Yeah, downspout.
Just to head this off, this is the first time I've seen rain chains, so if they are in fact gonna be used, I will be revising this
Sure.
accordingly for plant materials. So
Well,
I just
just-
wanna make sure that
Yeah,
that's.
I can see
know,
that.
where to go.
Just so you know, Junior likes to
Swing.
just.
Junior's gonna pull them right
Yeah,
off.
Junior's good.
It's tied to all the time.
I mean, I think it's awesome. Hopefully they won't,
It's a good fire pole to, there's a,
and they're probably made out of copper or
Yeah.
something like that. That's, I'm not ashamed.
They use a lot on West Coast.
Yeah, there's the column that's gonna be taken out by a,
Yeah, I think that's
A
a
patron.
little rendering issue.
All right. Okay, we'll address this in the construction documents.
So is that flagstone as a surface, or is that, what's that surface, or is that part of landscape?
It will be,
like a
it will be this, the material, the base, the stack stone.
We use that on
They're
there?
on
No,
the,
he's
the
talking about-
ground.
Oh,
No, on the.
Yeah, the
oh,
surface,
I'm sorry,
the surface.
that's regular concrete.
There's regular concrete, plain, gray, broom finish,
Yes.
concrete, okay. Because it looks like flagstone in this rendering. Which would definitely clash with the siding. Okay,
All right, and,
but do you have gutters?
no,
Put gutters there, just use the the rain chance to downsprout all the rain.
Okay.
But how does,
How do you channel the water to there?
how does the rain get to the,
I think there's some roof parts and how the Japanese roof structure works. There's a part like for all the part of like system is like you can drain the water like just to go waves and then all the way through the rain chain go to the underneath the ground.
but the water's got to get to the rain chains?
Yeah, there's a see that like all the edges like go this way and also there's a like when we like actually install
See this?
the roof, there's a technique
From this
and
goes somehow.
make sure all the rain is going down.
Okay.
So if you're walking right here, it's gonna go round.
I didn't study much Japanese architecture in school, so I have to, I'm learning as we go.
And these are actual photos of the material, the wavy style roof material. It should be here by December 20th.
So it's a glazed clay tile,
Right.
but not as shiny as number 4 the photo shows.
Right. I'm assuming that the real images that you see is like kind of worn. So.
Okay. Oh, and that last piece has a little finial curl to it, bottom left of those. That's the end piece, right?
Right.
That'd be the bottom.
Or is that the,
Probably in
the
there,
bottom
and then
tile.
these lay over it.
or is that at the ridge?
So that might be used as.
I think
anyway.
this is the ridge, I think.
Yeah.
That's at the hip, right?
Right. That's at the hip.
Where the two sloped areas come together on like a corner.
Okay.
Okay. So Charles, you mentioned you're going to work out some of these details in the construction documents.
Yes, sir.
How soon are those going to be prepared?
That was all right. So we are working on those like right now.
Okay.
And I would like to get some clarification as to like when can we actually start? Do we have to wait for the design review board to pass us before we can submit our construction documents to the building department?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, but I guess we plan on like, we're starting the construction documents right now.
Okay. So you're several weeks away, months away?
Well, the goal was to have a complete set by the end of this month.
By the end of this month, in the next 20 days?
Yes, sir.
Of construction documents, all right.
Right. We have the MEPs, they're working on it all right now as we speak.
Okay. All right.
So I'll just tell you that I think we just skip all this vinyl banner and stuff because it's not going to be allowed. It's not going to meet the code. So you're going to get 2 building signs and 2 monument signs. So these additional things don't meet the code. So we can skip that.
If we change to different like material for the decoration purpose? No.
Sorry. It's all signage.
What if it doesn't say Maru? How do you pronounce it?
Yeah. It's
What if it doesn't say that?
it's signage.
Still signage?
Yeah,
What if
still
it's plain red banner?
If it's just for like decoration purpose, not like signage, we don't put our restaurant name there.
I mean, maybe if it's a plain red,
I know it's probably uncharted territory.
it's very uncharted territory. I would say maybe if it's plain red, no symbols, no anything, maybe. But if you put a symbol on there, it's a sign.
They look kind of cool.
I agree, but
I know.
it is the sign ordinance.
But we got,
So if we just like we take out the characters and just leave that logo there.
nope. Can't have anything on it. Logo, letter.
This can't have anything on it.
Solid red?
Solid red,
Okay. So if it's solid red, maybe.
maybe.
Okay.
And along with,
This-
and the giant one too. Right.
This, same thing, yep. Unless you get rid of this and make this your, a wall sign, but I don't think you really want to do that. I think you just need to think that this signage is not going to be there.
So,
Yeah, I'm with you.
There's an ordinance to deal with there. I like it.
Brett, how many wall signs are they allowed? Two, okay.
And that same thing is gonna go to this structure, this feature.
That's a
Oh,
light,
my
a
goodness.
beehive.
Yeah, so we're gonna need to
What is that?
work on that.
That's a light
That's a
fixture.
lighting
It's a-
thing,
like a Japanese lantern.
yeah.
I called it a beehive, but
They can have one, it just can't have anything on it,
Well, it
correct?
definitely can't have anything on it, and if it in any way represents what's there, then no, they can't have, that's a sign. So we'll just have to watch that, you know, I mean, if it's, I mean, this is clearly just a rendering. I've not seen what they want the fixture to be.
so
kind of
Brett,
thing.
Seals the yellow.
Brett, looking at that bottom rendering there on the bottom right, the lower right there, it looks like there's some
This?
sort of art feature.
I would say that's probably art.
Sculpture.
Yeah, I think that would be fine, but like this,
Okay. All right,
In order for that one works, what's the alternative?
I'm sorry,
In order for that, banner,
to keep this,
yeah,
then this goes away.
which one, the signage on top?
Mhm.
Okay.
And
But I don't-
this will probably have to go to a different material. It'll have to be more of a solid, you know, maybe it's a rolled steel or something like that. We'd have to work on the materials. It's not, it won't be able to be vinyl.
What about like the traditional fabric, like Japanese traditional fabric, outdoor fabric? I think that's like,
Maybe, yeah.
okay.
But that's gonna be your sign, so you gotta remember that, you know, it's gonna be your sign. It may work for you, but I think you need to kind of think about that and address it at another meeting with signage
Okay,
with me, and we can talk through that.
all right.
Okay.
I don't see a sign anywhere else, I mean, on the other side.
Well, if we go back to, like,
That one. Oh,
we've got all these, you know, around, so we'll just have to work through all that,
yeah. And the lantern.
and the lantern, yeah. You just have one lantern that you're
Yes.
thinking?
that could be a sign.
Okay.
Can we go back to the image that's lit, where it's that, sign, no, scroll down maybe. Yeah, so the middle photo, bottom right, I wonder if you could incorporate red behind that somehow, to bring in your red color.
Instead of this,
Like if it was like a red, yeah,
a red,
that kind of
yeah,
your feature.
instead of being cedar, paint it red.
have that look like an art piece, that could be cool, to add red there, an idea.
I know you're trying to do some very traditional Japanese things, but we just have to be really careful of what's considered a sign by our ordinance. And if it's considered a sign, then we're very, very limited in the number and style. As shown, I don't think this is a sign.
No, that's art.
Right. And I agree, if you put red behind it, I still don't think it's a sign. But if you do Maru underneath it, or the symbol kind of that you've got here, then you're gonna make the whole thing a sign. So we just gotta be really careful.
That one we have to decide, either we keep the top sign or keep.
In this elevation, one of these would be allowed, and nothing on this.
So if we put the lamp there without any.
I think the lamp will probably be okay as long as the board approves the lamp itself. Without anything on it, I think we'd be okay.
There's some like the decoration come with it, is that considered as a signage as well?
I'm sorry, there's what?
Color decoration.
Yeah, because there's decoration already come with this.
You mean,
You mean how it looks like this?
Yeah, you see that symbol, it's not a signage, it's a decoration come with the lamp.
I think he's talking about the black, right? The
black?
blacks.
It's not the logo.
but
So
But
that
Maru-
doesn't say Maru right there?
It's just like the decoration of the.
It does
does
say
say
Maru at the base of it, but that looks like some icon or logo or symbol or something.
All related to the signage or some sample, because if it's a plan, it looks, I don't know, like non-master construction.
I need to see exactly what your thought is on it.
Okay.
I like the thought of it. I think, and the board does too. It's pretty clear, but we just got to make sure it's not a sign.
Yes, of course, it will not be the sign.
Yep.
So looking at, hold that elevation or that rendering. So we've got the, I call it the beehive light fixture. And then we've got smaller, are the light fixtures on the soffit of that?
Oh, up
Underneath
here,
the roof? Yes, what are those?
looks like decorative lighting kind of thing to light the building up,
Right, that's correct. It's
like those little angle light things that just project out.
Pop up the roof, like the whole roof structure, because the roof is kind of unique,
Yeah.
and we want to like pop up different.
So they're shining down or are they shine against the stucco wall?
More like to the, like this angle, like more like to the roof side.
Washing the whole
Used
thing.
for artwork, so it almost looks like what you would use to light
Yeah.
a piece of art.
Kind of an eyeball, almost an eyeball or,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I think you do need to highlight the roof somehow.
That's what we.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
All right, and so and also like my MEPs, my engineers, they're addressing like the different lighting around the site as well. So but
Around the site or around the building?
I'm sorry, around the building.
Yeah, so they'll have that on the photometric.
Okay. And then again, all right, talking about where the rooftop unit is going and the exhaust hood that's going right there, okay. That's that depression, you're making a depression
Right, yes,
in the center of that roof area. Okay.
right.
Yeah, and they said since they're doing that depression, which basically ends at this wall right here, that's why they brought that hip way out to match this one.
So how does one get to that unit around all that tile?
It's depressed in, so it's probably got an interior ladder.
Get to it from interior?
Yes, like a pull down hatch there.
Or go from the second floor, go out from the second floor.
You can't walk on tile.
Well, you can walk on the depressed area.
No, like
Maybe
a
not. All right.
depressed area.
Okay.
Tile-
All right.
Landscape?
Yeah, let's get the landscape. We spent a long time on the elevations here. All right, landscape.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yes. Sarah Spencer, here to represent Frawley Associates on the landscape plan. And as I was kind of chiming in, some of this, now that a few things have been kind of revealed during this presentation, may be adapted as far as plant material and things to address those conditions. But overall, it's an existing site with existing mature street trees, I think on average between 8, 12, and even 16 in some areas of mature maples and willow oaks along North Point Court and North Point Parkway. I tried to give approximate locations based on images that I had, but they would be assessed in the field to confirm sizes and health and just overall structure and kind of existing conditions.
Site's pretty buried in pine trees, right?
No.
No, it's pretty open?
The south side, there are some trees there as far as, I think I found a couple of oaks, a couple of Bradford pears. Past that, even further south, I believe there are some trees, boundary trees, but since we're not changing anything as far as curb existing, I haven't taken those into consideration other than just knowing that they're there. But the idea is to keep everything existing.
My question was,
Yeah.
it's, can you see this site from all the trees?
Oh, yes. I don't know if there's a possibility to do a street view, but it's, all of them are pruned up well, to the point where we actually need to plant back for our evergreen hedge for screening parking along North Point. It is very open right now. There is an existing hedge line along North Point Parkway that we would like to keep, maybe replace if there are any areas that where it's kind of died out, or if there are any individual shrubs that need to be replaced. But yeah, so right there you have kind of a I'm not sure these maples here at the front, their spacing seems to be a bit tight. I don't know if I don't know if volunteers over time have, in any of these street trees have just or that they're intentionally planted, but again, we'll assess the size and the health of those as well.
Pat, I'm just going to interject a little bit here. It almost looks to me like, wouldn't you say a better plan here would allow these to maybe open this view corridor up?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And we're not hurting on inches at all, as far as site density and
So
existing
these
density.
maybe volunteers might just volunteer to go away.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I think I like that. I like that idea to definitely open that view, because the other ones along the side, you can see that those had been there.
Yeah, these are clearly here.
But I think you've hit it. I mean, obviously there's the street trees or landscape strip trees or whatever, and then every opportunity, they're gone there. Or no, there's one left.
Well,
I think those are purposely planted.
I think they were, because some of these died, and I think they got put in when this street thing happened, and it just was no rhyme or reason.
So I agree. I think that you can dress up the ground plane on that corner, but leave yourself a corridor through there.
Okay.
And that's kind of the gist of my question was, you're buried with trees around it. And, you know, with a new restaurant, you kind of want as few corridors in as you can get.
Absolutely. I think from the most part, the limbing was done appropriately, so I don't think we have any limbs necessarily blocking view, but, and again, yeah, just to assess health, because I noticed with the street views, they're from a couple of different years, kind of pre-installation of that sidewalk that's been now installed along North Point Court. So there's now an existing 6-foot concrete sidewalk and beauty strip out there along North Point Court and North Point Parkway. So I try to include those.
So Sarah, when you're reevaluating, I think we're going to want definite defined path from both North Point Court and North Point Drive.
Okay.
Through the landscape,
Okay.
from the sidewalk up to the front of the building.
Okay.
I think that's going to benefit them, because what we're trying to avoid in this whole kind of redeveloping this area is pedestrians walking in the car path.
Right.
So if pedestrians got to come to the vehicular entrance, it just is a problem.
And I think, I don't know, was that in here? Or you said we did do a little markup about a couple of potential ways to connect pedestrians. That landscape strip on the south side, here, can I move?
Yep.
Okay, if I move this area where there's an existing sign, I think there may be an opportunity here to then connect to the pedestrians, the ADA ramp and crossing sidewalk, or even take advantage here
right there
and come across right there.
Yeah, it doesn't have.
And that way you get both sidewalks and kind of make an actual element and like a welcome focal point to development too.
Yep.
Okay. And I think grade-wise, there's a little bit of a curb with that existing sidewalk, but I think we might be able to look to see if there's an opportunity to kind of keep that as easy to transition and accessible.
We think it's very pedestrian. I mean, obviously, we're planning North Point to be very, very pedestrian. So each time we have something, we got to address it.
Okay. Okay. So we will definitely look into that. I think also eliminating maybe those trees. I think there was a small ornamental shrub in there in lieu of a parking tree. That'd be my only thought on that, but there's an existing, I think at least 20-foot sanitary or storm easement cutting through there right now too. So maybe an opportunity to take up.
Yeah.
So Brett, this drawing was not in our package.
Correct. This drawing was finished this morning. To be fair, so at least wanted to have something to discuss with you, and
I think the landscape's definitely a cursory. I mean, we didn't have anything to put out, but I think to finish this morning, I think you're well on the way, and I think they've given you some good feedback. I mean, I don't know that we need to dive a whole lot more into it unless our two landscapers want to dive in, but landscaping architects. Sorry.
we work hard for that certification, Brad.
Is that a dig at one of your head comments?
Yes.
So, as you heard, one of my concerns is the kitchen.
Yes.
You know, as you heard, one of those concerns was that. So, again, it can't be made to be an area where storage of things goes.
Correct.
You know, and looking at the floor plan, there's not a lot of interior storage of things.
I almost think something that helps that scenario is if you can do something, it doesn't have to be softscape, but something between the building and that concrete.
Okay.
That's not an easy area to roll that out there.
Right.
You know, or to do something with that.
Okay.
You know,
And I think having a bit defined, right now, also having to work with just the footprint.
Yeah.
But not knowing exactly where that roof line occurs, where that walkway occurs. So
Yeah.
I think I'll work with Charles to get that delineation there, and we'll work on, addressing that. I think we still need to provide the immediate access from the building
yeah,
out to the
absolutely.
sidewalk, but yeah, to
You're
kind of.
right there at the door, but-
Yeah.
but at the building, yeah.
And then there's the garden space, the outdoor garden space, and I don't have the ability to zoom in or zoom out of this thing.
I've got it a little bit bigger here.
So that is going to happen?
That was kind of a placeholder. I developed that with the knowledge that they were planning on doing a seating area there. You have the windows that open out to kind of give something for patrons to look out at, for people to enjoy and sit in while they're there. I did go ahead and select some materials, but I have not confirmed that with the client as far as to hold them accountable to everything in there. But it was the intent would be to be an enhanced landscape feature to kind of meet that amenity requirement and give patrons inside something nice to look at outside. But with the rendering, I also know that they were showing kind of more of a solid bench along the outside of the frontage of the restaurant right there. So that'll be something to coordinate with them, is how that actually works with what they've.
Whether you can use crushed granite or not.
Yes, yeah.
Then what's
Yeah, I thought about that, and I thought, are we going to be just tracking that into the restaurant?
Well, I'm just
maybe?
saying, is it ADA?
Okay.
Yeah.
Dumpster, what's around the dumpster?
Dumpster, right now I believe there's a brick enclosure. I was proposing 3 Emily Bruner hollies for kind of at 6 feet to be immediate screening, because that's the main viewpoint there through the access onto North Point Court. And then Laura Pedalum at least 3 feet at time of planting around it, with the idea that they would get
During the
larger.
loader.
I also need to confirm, I believe there's an existing transformer back there, and I think a grease trap, so I need to confirm those locations, and that would adjust the plant material as well, as far as exact location for clearance.
As we're in that area, looking at the existing dumpster enclosure and the gates on it right now, it's
Rough.
in awful shape.
Right.
And I would not suggest, I would say we don't keep the existing dumpster enclosure, but
Okay.
it gets redone.
Okay.
So it's got, in some cases, it's got new cedar boards on it, and other cases it doesn't, and the brick looks in bad shape. And if you're tearing down the existing building, let's start over with the dumpster.
Okay.
Because then you got room, because right now there's a grease dump right next to the dumpster enclosure that's
Right.
sticking out there that.
Which
so-
all needs to be contained inside, so there needs to be enough room inside to house all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Well, you take,
Like a
sort of like, it looks like a miniature dumpster that, out there where you put the.
I think it's the grease trap.
It's the oil, yeah, it's a,
Or something with
Okay,
the,
put
yeah.
the oils, they pick the oils out there, put them in there, and then they,
take it away.
Yep.
Yep.
gotcha.
Or yeah, so not official grease trap, but.
Yeah, I took a drive around the site. I had to avoid the geese that were in the parking lot when I was there.
Floating in the back?
Yeah.
So I'm
They weren't-
hearing calls for
They weren't
rain.
floating, they were on solid ground, but
Dry ground.
they were staring at me as I drove by them.
They hang out in the pond.
They were.
Then you're talking about enhancing the hedge.
So right now, I think there's I don't think there's a hedge existing right now along North Point Court.
No, that's where,
At all?
that's where it's just,
And that one's just North Point. So there were a couple of hollies in there that I think we could prune, but then add that second row of planting,
It's that elevation.
but that one has no planting.
That's what you get when shade trees grow in.
Right.
Yes.
So trying to
By
pick
visitors.
some shrubs that would do okay and meet all the requirements, and I think it does still get quite a bit of sun from the west side, at least on, right along the curb for parking. And then the idea would be to do something like Distilleum,
Is it irrigated?
gardenia, and ferns. I will verify that. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Question?
No matter what you put there, unless it's got water, it's not.
Right, right. And I think that would be part of the overall maintenance package as far as irrigation, at least till things establish, and kind of work with the plant material for that.
Brett, does there not have to
That's
be a
what that
sidewalk
is.
around there? If we're trying to make it more.
Well, that's,
walkable?
yeah, I don't know if the sidewalk got continued. This is a 17 picture.
There's a 2018 at least image, but I think it's through like Google Earth Pro, and it does show the sidewalk now
Sidewalk continues
curves,
up here.
connects, and goes all the way. They did about a 2-foot wide beauty strip that is turf and or liriope. I've seen pictures that kind of have both in there. So, and then there's a 6-foot wide, just standard concrete sidewalk there, and then the trees.
Yeah, there was a picture that showed the new.
Yeah, I
Right
think
where-
from some
Yeah,
ways.
oh, right there.
Oh, there you
it
go.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's kind of where I was talking about, how they have the curb
Yeah.
right there for the ramp. So if we were to include a pedestrian connection, we'll just have to locate, there are a few light poles there and just kind of cut through.
Yeah, I think
They
there's,
need to really dress up that corner and
Yeah.
line it. And if you do a shrub row, it's gotta be
That's across from residential
internal
too. That'd be a nice thing
rather
for
than
them to
external,
look at.
that tree line.
Right.
When a shrub row goes in there, you've got an opportunity to contain the sense of being in that place and not connecting with the cars that are out on the street. You don't have a way to avoid the cars in the parking lot, but where you have your Japanese garden indicated, and you've got a nice image in the illustration about it on one of the boards, you can create what the Japanese garden, what the sand swept garden is intended to be, which is just to look at it, look into it, and not be in it.
Okay.
And one of your images shows, and that would be contained visually by the fence. If you continue to develop how that fence is going to work,
Okay.
because you're doing something here that's not like anything else.
Right, right. Yeah, take advantage to make, back to the placemaking and kind of make it a real amenity to go with the restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, no pressure, you're the first. No pressure.
Yeah. Whew, all right. So when you guys all
Y'all are
make
gonna
dinner
set the bar.
reservations there, right? As later after approval. of
We'll tell
course.
them that we know Sarah.
I just thought of, is there another one of these restaurants anywhere around Atlanta, anywhere in the country?
Everything or just landscape?
You're the first. Okay. Very good.
First of a lot, yeah, first of many things, okay.
Okay.
I saw the name used on the web.
Yeah, it's not. Actually, the name itself is very popular, like Japanese word in Japan, so that's why a lot of Japanese restaurants will use that name.
Okay. And it's even used in Korean restaurants too, that name.
Yes.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, we covered a lot today.
we did.
All right, do we need to do site plan approval? If they're.
I don't think so.
Kind of putting.
They're staying on the footprint, so I think we're good without site
I mean,
plan.
the only thing I can see site plan wise is the dumpster
But
enclosure.
the pad's staying there, so
But
its
they'll do a new-
location is staying the same, we're just getting a new
Enclosure.
facade.
What about site lighting?
That's part of photometrics, so they're gonna come back with that.
Charles, you're gonna do new heads and stuff or whatever on maybe existing light poles or move them around? So you're gonna bring photometrics back?
Okay, okay. All right, so we've looked at exterior elevations and materials. Now, how comfortable are you, looking at Brett, or how comfortable is staff, if we approve the exterior elevations and materials, but as they're developing the construction documents for those, things change, how do you know that they change? Or
Well-
what's the,
So, I mean, part of that's, done in every review we do, and we look at the documents and say, do I think this represents what they
Okay.
did? I'm gonna ask Charles to send me a little more details on some of the stuff, just so that I know what we're looking at. I think I know what you guys feel like you saw, especially with the window things. I am gonna encourage them to not basically black it out with that thing. I mean, if fenestration is fenestration, and it's fenestration because you see light, you see activity, things like that. So some of that stuff, I'm gonna encourage them to, maybe open that stuff up a little bit more. But I wanna see the details really of those, if you can get me a picture of what you're proposing on a building that you're gonna do construction documents for, then I think I can say, I think this is what the board was looking at, and if
Like a
not,
mock- it's like a
then
mock.
I'm gonna send it to you guys and say, here's the detail on that window stuff. What do you think?
It would almost be like a mock-up. I mean, it would be
Yeah.
great to have like, because
Yeah.
this is so unique and
It's very
different.
unique, so you guys
So a
are,
mock-up would be very helpful.
I can't tell you how many times Kathy and I have told him that, so they're gonna have to work with us a little bit more than normal, just to get that feel right, because I think everybody likes it, but we gotta make sure that it's right too, both
Yes.
for you and for the city.
certainly glad to see a vacant building being repurposed and all that, and actually
Totally.
taken down and a new one coming in. It's just
Totally.
taking us a while to understand the architecture on this, so
We
to
don't
speak.
doubt that it's gonna be beautiful, but,
We
and I'll
just
just
wanna-
leave it there.
We just want to make sure it's beautiful. All right, and then we've got the landscaping, which we've kind of talked about, but not really.
Yeah, I think Pat's got that under control. He knows what he wants to do with
Okay.
that motion.
All right, very good. Okay, before we get motions or anything, is there any public comment this afternoon on this application?
There's no public.
I've got to ask. No, all right, there's no public comment for the record. Okay, let's craft some motions. Who wants to start?
I will make the motion on Maru Japanese Restaurant DRB 220050 landscaping, that we defer the landscaping based on today's discussion. Applicant will bring it back at the next DRB meeting. And I highly encourage conversation and due diligence with staff and the city arborist prior to next round of design. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Corkle, second by Ms. Palmer. Any questions or comments about the motion? There being, go ahead, Mr. Owens.
Now, please tell me that this doesn't have to be official or go into any kind of record. I just noticed that the planting plan shows that the exterior hedges be maintained at 2 feet, because I don't think I've run into that in city instructions before. But if we put it at 30 inches or 3 feet, then we're going to shield the cars from the street. So we would want to not keep them down at 2 feet.
Well, it's whatever the ordinance, there's an ordinance that says they have to be
thought it was
a certain height, and I don't remember what it is, certain height to screen cars. That's what the hedgerows were.
I may have just misdone it, or because I think it's installed at 2 feet for initial screening, and has to be 36 inches.
Right,
There, is that it?
So that's probably just.
something like, yeah. It's gotta be installed at 2, I know that.
Note over.
It's gonna be tough to get that height underneath those trees, for sure.
Okay, we have a motion. Any further discussions? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
Was there a second?
Yes.
Yeah, I said.
Ms. Palmer.
Great, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0.
Are we deferring elevations until, so we don't have any construction?
We can approve them, but if there's any deviations to the construction documents that changes this, then they'll have to come back to us. just talking about the exterior elevations and materials.
I mean, I think that's a normal thing. You know, we deal with renderings all the times, and if there's deviations, it's my job to determine whether the deviation is great enough that it needs to come back, or
Because you understand what we think.
I think I know what y'all are thinking we're gonna see. So those details are what I need to see to make sure that that's what we're, yeah.
But then you mentioned you want to get them to change some of the fenestration, so
Well, I don't know that it's changed more, it's just think about the lighting behind it, and maybe it's just a conversation with us as, yeah, this is a light, you can see this one, you can see this one. As I think Charles said, some of the renderings weren't quite exactly right. So I think I just need to get with the two of them and make sure that I think we know what we're seeing, especially on those two sides. The two parking lot sides and the kitchen, not concerned about, but the North Point Drive and the North Point Circle side, or court side, that's the two that we need to make sure that we're somewhat representative of a restaurant that we would see here.
and, we've got the base of the post, what are those, and
Right, on that backside, yep.
I can't make just a lot of, I don't feel comfortable making a motion approving it.
I mean, that's all up to you guys. I'm just saying, I'm
I don't know what.
I'm
everything
okay
is.
if you guys are good.
How comfortable are you with what the discussion is? I guess I'm looking at both of them.
Yeah.
I think if we defer it, we need to have some clarity on what to bring back.
I think it's been developed far enough now to accept what they've presented, because anything else can be tweaked before it's constructed.
The question is, how comfortable does everybody feel with approving the elevations that we've looked at and talked about today?
I'm okay with the materials. I think I'm okay with the elevations.
Okay.
For example,
If Brett's okay with it, he's the one that has to really get in the weeds on it.
Yeah, interpret.
And are we changing that wall to red, or is it gonna be?
Mr. Chairman, for DRB 220050 for Maru Japanese Restaurant, I submit a motion that we approve the exterior elevations and the materials that have been presented today. End of motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Owens, second by Mr. Corkle. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor?
What about like the bamboo looking fence?
I would defer that to landscape.
Is that in landscape?
Since that's.
I would say
that's-
that'd be in
fencing was
landscape.
usually
That's part of the garden. He described it as
I could see that being
part of the garden, yeah.
Okay, good.
It's not-
And then like with the art piece or the light, some of those things that we discussed, that's not in elevation and materials?
I would say that art piece on the corner, that's elevation and materials. I would say the lighting that he talked about, highlighting the roof and stuff, I would say that's in elevation and materials.
So if he were to add red behind that, that would just be.
That we would probably bring back.
Okay.
Okay.
We didn't really review lighting. We didn't see a fixture presented. It was just a rendering of lighting. We didn't see fixtures, colors of fixtures.
I could see that being part of the,
quantity fixtures.
photometric package.
Yeah, we didn't see any of that to really, we saw a rendering.
So put building lighting
Yeah, lighting
details
always-
in the photometric plan.
Lighting, site furnishings, all that stuff, we always see
Okay.
that in
feel like-
manufacturer cut sheets and things like
Clarity
that.
on some of this would be good. It feels very.
That's why.
Okay.
So we need to vote on the motion.
Yep.
Do we have a second?
Yes, we do. Yeah, well, that's why we're in discussion. So, just a quick question, maybe for Sarah. I suspect with landscaping, you're gonna be coming back to us. And will that happen in January then, you think? Our
How far
meeting,
she got in one day?
Imagine what it's gonna be when she's got a whole month.
It'll be done in 2 days.
our next meeting is January 20th. When does the submission have to be made for January?
The 3rd officially
Okay,
for both of you, but I can give you till the 6th, which is the Friday, but I have to know on the 3rd that you're going to submit by the 6th.
Well, that's what Brad's supposed to do.
Let's
That's
see.
what he was going to.
okay, I have a motion on the floor for approving the exterior elevations and materials. With a second.
Not lighting.
Not lighting, not photometrics, not the fencing, not the furnishings,
Yeah, signage, none of that, yeah.
not signage, yes, okay. Clear? All right, I'll call for, no further discussions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. All opposed? All right, 2 opposition, motion still passes, 4-2. Very good. But we understand your concerns. Okay. All right, we don't need to approve the site plan, although the inference is that they will rebuild the dumpster enclosure.
I would call that in elevation of materials. It was in discussion.
Okay.
They didn't show it because they didn't
All
think
right.
they were going to, but they agreed to it, so.
All right, very good. And we understand that photometrics along
Coming
with
back.
some of the site furniture will be brought back for,
I mean, the code on enclosures says they have to be, don't they usually say it has to be reasonably similar to the building materials, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
In this case, we'll have to,
Requires that.
we'll have to figure a little something different because I don't know that we want it white stucco.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So maybe it's a,
hardy plank.
maybe it's a hardy painted the dark gray with the stone corners or something. Yeah.
Okay. So, all right, very good. All right, I don't think we need to make any further motions. All right, very good. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right, okay. There being no further business and with no objections from any other board members, I wish everyone happy holidays, and this meeting is adjourned. Okay, thank you, Charles.